He'll do it all himself. Flushes come out as well, and turn around. Are you serious?
Blue 12 clean with it. It should be an easy sweep. Coming in though from inside to save the day. That's an easy one with the Flowey. Oh, this is good. This is great. Second last is better than last. And Suspect will deal with good use. And the P90 sharp though from Nan. And he's actually the only one left, and he gets double. But he grows up, eventually spotted. I don't know, what a firing shot from the water, my friend. That was strong. PUBG Challenger Rumble is back for 2024 here for PUBG, and it's good to be back already. Teams have been fighting locally to even get to this point. Russell, of course, we'll touch on those teams later on, but for now, it really is all about kickstarting off this campaign for 2024. Sure, we had the PUBG Asia Super Cup, as great as that was. It didn't really fit into the realms of what's going to be happening for 2024 and onwards.
Yes, this is where the real games begin. The real deal is on the line, and it's, I mean, first up, it's APAC versus OCE, which I'm excited for.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, OCE is a part of APAC, Ross. You can say that. There's nothing wrong with it. How we got here, of course, 128 was the round in which we had, of course, in terms of teams, open quals, then down to 64, 32. We all know the gist of it. Of course, now down to the round of 16, which is essentially, well, the PUBG Challenger Rumble. 16 teams, of course, 4 of those invited in from the back end of last year. And it is only 3 days. Like, it's not a lot of time. You don't get that many games, considering what's on the line, Russell, which, as you can see, big giant portion down the bottom. PUBG Global Series APAC Phase 1, or better known as the PGS APAC Quals for PGS 3 and 4. That is 2 major tournaments on the line. And to get even a chance to qualify for those major tournaments, you got 3 days of action.
Yeah, you got to get through this, and then after you get through this, you've got another qualifier. So as we talk about the prize pool in a second, you also have the top 1 from this tournament who goes straight through the grand finals of the next qualifier, the APAC qualifier, and then 2 and 3 go through the playoff with a chance to play for the grand final for the next qualifier. It's confusing, and I'm sure we'll guide you through it, but yes, there is certainly a lot to play for.
Yeah, and not a lot of time as well, basically just this weekend. We'll go to the prize pool as well. There is one here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble, 10,000 USD, so not just a qualifier. It is a tournament within itself, 4,000 for first, and then starts to trickle down, but pretty decent, especially if you can finish in that top 3. You're getting decent prize money, and you're getting the APAC qual playoff spot. Obviously, if you finish first as well, Russell, it's not on this list, but you do go straight to the finals of the PGS APAC qualifier. So something to keep in mind there. So winning top dollar, getting best position, going into the APAC quals itself. Arguably, though, it's all about top 3. At the very least, 4th to 8th. It's something. You do get something if you do fall short. Unfortunately, though, it does mean you are going to be sitting on the sidelines for a while, considering it's a double qualifier tournament for PGS 3 and 4. We don't have qualifiers for both of them. This is it for 2 of them, which does mean half the year then is unfortunately going to be wasted if you don't qualify.
Yeah, the PUBG tournament circuit can be unforgiving in that sense, but when it comes time to qualify, there's just a lot more pressure on them, and often that means a lot more excitement.
Certainly does. And of course, though, it does mean we go to the teams for this particular tournament. Obviously, kind of touched on a little bit how we got here, started with 128 something and made our way down, of course, for the Southeast Asian region. Now, bear with us in terms of the abbreviations for those a little bit unfamiliar when it comes to these teams. The biggest thing to keep an eye on, though, those top 4 from the future. Team Bliss, of course, for those unfamiliar, picked up basically half of the old EXO clan roster. And of course, a lot of familiar names there. We'll touch on them later. Panic Esports and Archangel Predator. They make up the top 4. They're the invited teams. Everyone from 5 to 16, which obviously the numbers themselves don't mean anything right now, are all of the open qual teams, Russ.
Yes, they certainly are. And there's a couple highlights. You mentioned Bliss that we'll go through in a second. But for me, one of the surprising ones is Boom, or Boomies, who is a team made up of my old coach coming from America, 2 Australian players, and then 1 player from the Philippines. And they topped their group in the round of 32 qualifiers. That's insane to me. But you've also got a couple highlighted teams that are going to come out of SEA and OC as well. I'm sure we'll guide you through all of those when it comes time to play the actual games.
Yeah, Company Man turning 38 this year, Russell, and still going strong, apparently, back in those Battle Arena Elite days, of course, 2019, and good to still see him messing around, of course. We'll see how they get to go. Probably not one of the teams maybe competing for top 3, unless they go absolutely amazing. We'll go forward, of course. We've got a couple of matchups tonight, and kind of touched a little bit on Team Bliss, Russell, already, but arguably a team that's already going to have a lot of notoriety as an organization, let alone the players on this roster, of which you can see the majority of them coming from EXO Clan, Monty, Akita, Insight, and hey, why not go with a bit of a throwback, Waikika in his beautiful Fury jersey. As Team Bliss as an org have made their way back into PUBG, it's a really solid team to pick up that arguably, I don't even think top 3 should be in their sights. It should be first or bust.
Yeah, it should be first. They absolutely dominated LPL Pathfinder Gold by 100 plus points. I can't forget the margin, but it was something ridiculous. And yes, the inclusion of Cow in this roster certainly bolsters it. A lot of firepower going into it, but it is a new roster. Getting rid of Heikeman and adding a new player this close to quals, it's dodgy, but I'm sure they can pull it off.
The other team we wanted to look at, another invite team, AAP. It's Archangel Predator, and of course a team that's been around a long time, coming in from the Philippines, and typically an unchanged roster. It feels like for a couple of years now. Nan, CJ, Algebot, and Alec here for Archangel Predator. Always a real solid representation when it comes to the Philippines. In years gone by, this was their tournament, Russell. There was little to no competition back in the old days of, quote, rest of SEA. There wasn't a whole lot when it came to that competition level outside of maybe those from Indonesia, from the future being an example. But since it got opened up, you've of course got all of the Australians now as well. And it has been a little bit more of a difficult journey, but AAP as a roster certainly more than capable of being able to not only top this group but seriously do a decent job. Now mind you, CJ comes back in after a bit of a leave over the last couple of years, but he's been part of this roster. He was part of the original version of this. Now, I don't know why, but for some reason, they're still listed as TBD on Liquipedia. So that's actually the first instance that we've seen of them. But it's not too surprising to typically see AAP have some kind of variation where they use the same 6 to 7 players over the last 4 or 5 years.
It's insane to me how consistent that organization has been in PUBG. And then, yeah, apart from a few moments in time here and there, it's always been that tale of you got the top O's team and then you got AAP, and they always clash heads in tournaments like this for the most part. And it's beautiful to see that consistency remains going into 2024.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, to be fair, for AAP, I think coming into this series, they're more than capable. Again, it's only 3 days, so it's all about starting well. If they can do that, they put themselves in a big position. Let's go to the map schedule for tonight. Of course, 6 games. It has become the staple when it comes to PUBG, beginning with Erangel, followed up by Tago, Vikendi, and then Miramar. Of course, we pretty much had this exact rotation when it came to the PUBG Asia Super Cup at the early portions of the year. So really no surprises unless you are, of course, not as familiar with PUBG Esports, but this is where we've basically landed coming into 2024. Whether or not it changes going into the back end of the year, a little bit unknown, Russ, but for right now, teams and players have had this rotation for actually quite some time. So no excuses here, and full understanding for the players as to what they've got to do tonight in terms of the differentiating maps.
Yeah, I mean, you put it best. No excuses. No longer can you not know that much about Vikendi or Tago. They are known quantities now, and so there's no excuses for you using them as throwaway maps or something like that. There needs to be some sort of flaw that you have when competing on those maps. And yeah, when it comes to later on in the year, I believe maybe Rondo is coming in, but no one's going to be thinking about that just yet. We've got to focus on the present.
Yeah, and exactly what you said. Focus in on what you've got now. We need to focus up. Short break coming our way when we do begin, though. Erangel on the other side to kickstart PUBG Challenger Rumble.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tago. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Not too far away from kickstarting PUBG Challenger Rumble 2024 Season 1. A lot on the line. 3 days of action, only so many games to be played. 18, in fact. It's not a lot, Russell, considering what's on the line. Top 3 getting you into PGS APAC qualifiers, which is the way to qualify into PGS 3 and 4. The fact there's only 3 spots. It really is the culmination, though, of course, of a bunch of qualifiers into a tournament that essentially is a qualifier for qualifiers. A lot of qualifiers to get to that main event, to get to PGS 3 and 4. But alas, if you get there, you definitely have deserved it. This is very extensive. Back in the old days, back when you used to play, it was as simple as really playing an OS League for probably almost 48 games, which was a really good way of minimizing RNG, qualify for a main event. Now you've got to go through a lot of these kind of short format events, and that's difficult to navigate.
There's so many filters involved as well. Like you get to this tournament and then all of a sudden it's chopped down to that top 3. And then even that top 3, there's nuances within that of, where you're going to go next. And then you've got this next APAC qualifier that has a playoff of its own that you then have to get through if you want to get through to the official final round of 16 APAC qualifier that goes to PGS. So there's a lot of filters. There's a lot to get to and to wrap your head around as well. But I suppose at the end of the day, we do kind of get the best of the best. You said that 18 games is not a lot, and it's right. It is the amount that's played at grand finals of international events, but it's certainly a fair amount. And if you don't qualify through in 18 games, then I don't think you deserved it.
I mean, it's a good way to bring that up, Russell, considering, when you do get to the grand finals and you get to those final 18 games, it's not a lot. I mean, it's probably enough to at least get the best teams. It minimizes RNG. I think at least for top 3, I think 18 games, is it enough? Like, let's say this was an 8-team qualifier and we played 18 games. There's a fair chance you might get teams that are around that 6 to 8 portion of the bracket and maybe got a bit lucky, got a bit fortunate over the 18 games, and they've been able to get their way into top 8. But top 3, and typically in the past when it comes to PUBG APAC, which is what we've usually done, of course this is more SEA, it can be quite top heavy. We've seen those kind of 2 and 3 horse races for years, basically going back to the PCS days. But I think ultimately when you kind of look at the lobby that we've got, is it hard to probably say it's going to be very similar again? FTF are going to be up there, Bliss are going to be up there, Archangel Predator, I think Panic Esports is a good team as well. But honestly, then you look at the rest of the field and it is only 18 games. Who's to say an Immunity or a Boomies or something come out night 1, do well, get themselves into the top 3, then there's only 12 games to go. You can kind of manage that then for the remainder of the tournament.
I think that 18 games is enough to let those teams that should qualify. I think if you lowered it to 12, maybe you could put that argument through, but I think 18 is just enough because, and maybe it's lobby dependent, but with this lobby, we have strong enough teams that are going to occupy that top 8. So I don't think any team that's going to sit, within the bottom half of that top 8 or outside the top 8 is going to really have too many chances to get themselves into that top 3. And if they do, it'll be an incredible storyline. So I'm not against it. I just think it'll be a little bit hard.
Yeah, for those a little bit unfamiliar in terms of course of what they're qualifying into, PGS Global Series APAC qualifier, which is then for PGS 3 and 4 major events, global lands, really where the big bucks are made and where dreams are made, where you really want to be striving to get for as a player. To get into the qualifier, which is stacked, you've got 4 teams from Japan, 4 teams from Taiwan alone. Then, of course, we've got our 3 slots coming in from Challenger Rumble, coupled then with the vast amount for Thailand and Vietnam. So, of course, they're stacked 6 and 7 apiece there. So it ends up being a pretty extensive tournament. It's a little bit longer as well than what we have here for PUBG Challenger Rumble, even though it seems like there's probably a bigger prize pool here for PCR. Nevertheless, this is a big tournament in itself for probably OCE as well as rest of SEA. The combination, you got 9 out of 16 teams that are from Oceania, Russ, which I think is the highest amount we've seen for PUBG Challenger Rumble.
I'd like to go back and look. That was one thing I meant to look up before we started here. But yeah, I mean, they're the majority by 1, granted, but I don't know what it really proves, to be honest with you, but I think AAP, FTF, there are really only a couple teams that have dominated that rest of SEA. So honestly, it kind of makes sense that there's a lot of OCE teams coming up, trudging their way through the lower rankings of
it was 7 last time.
Oh, yeah, so not that bad, right? I mean, back and forth, I suppose, but...
and 7 the time before, so 7, now 9. I mean, I guess it's around the mark.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense that there's OCE teams that are strong enough to, again, kind of fight their way through the tier 2, tier 3 SEA teams, when realistically, when we look at rest of SEA, you kind of just have only a few teams that are on top consistently. So it makes sense, but yeah, I guess there's a little bit of back and forth too.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, I think also when it comes to predictions, it's really difficult when you've had a lot of roster changes. I remember when we did PUBG Asia Super Cup, it was at this point where, again, it was kind of a culmination of 2023. I mean, the event itself was actually labeled as the 2023 Winter Asia Super Cup, despite the fact that it played out in 2024. So it really was more of a preseason tournament / end of last season, if you will. This really is the beginning of a new campaign for all of these teams. I mean, I guess began in the earlier qualifiers, but this is probably the biggest tournament to begin this calendar year. You qualify then into PGS APAC qualifiers. That's even bigger. That's even better. We've had a lot of roster changes when it comes to these teams. You might be familiar with certain names like SGD, which has made their mark at tournaments like PGC, Russell, but it's a whole new roster. Healer, Snox, Zhao Hugs joining Jervis, if he even is on there, because I don't know, his Wikipedia page is weird, but nevertheless, this is across the board. You look at Team Extraordinaire, they make their way back in. They were a team that played in PCS, but it's a completely old roster. It's a completely new roster. The old roster of Denial, Kid X, for example, not there anymore. And so that makes it quite difficult. I think Ed King is there, now known as How How. So at least there's one player from the old Team Extraordinaire days. But in terms of the Oceanic teams, you kind of look at these rosters and it actually goes against that script, Russell. The OCE teams have actually stayed pretty similar.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll credit OCE for, whether it's a result of loyalty within OCE players or a result of the fact that OCE doesn't really have many players to bring into these teams that we consistently see. Whatever it is, we've ended up with very similar rosters across the many, many, many years of OCE PUBG. So yeah, you're right. It actually does go up against that script, or maybe OCE is just less inclined to change their alias here or there. Who knows? Either way, it's good to see. But I think you had a good point. Never mind, I've lost it. I had it in my head, Jake, and then I completely lost it. So that's the first blunder. But we're warming up. We're getting into it. Maybe I can remember that one in a minute here or so.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully not too far away from getting into our first match. Do apologize for the delays here. Unfortunately, there's been apparently some issues, but nevertheless, we should be getting into this game soon enough. Erangel to begin with, 6 games tonight. Of course, for, I guess, a reminder, which is that these games all matter. Every single one. I don't want to put too much emphasis probably on match 1. We're not going into this first game treating it like it's a PGC grand final or anything, Russ, but like when you've only got such a short body of work, which is 18 games overall, and they're all played back to back, we got 3 nights of action in a row. So it's not even like you play one night, you get a week off, VOD review, come back, try some different things night 2. It's quite literally going to be you play tonight, you play tomorrow night, you play Sunday, and you find out whether or not you've got a job for a couple of months going into the APAC course. There's a lot on the line here for these players. And honestly, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. These are very difficult games. You've been prepping for this. You've been scrimming for this. There's a lot on the line. So honestly, the fact that you've at least made it to PCR, that's already one thing. But it's now, can you get top 3? And it all begins here. First game as we drop in with Team Immunity. Talk about an organization that's been around Oceanic PUBG for quite some time, basically since the heyday. B2 Textile Rems, and I believe it is Sweet Soul, who's born with some kind of name. I don't even know how you'd pronounce it. Don't even care. He's Sweet Soul.
Yivimu or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, he will be forever now known as Sweet Soul. No matter what alias he changes his name to. He could change his name in real life. He'll still be Sweet Soul to us. Look, I think I just want to put a little bit more emphasis on the break in between the tournaments within the calendar year of competitive PUBG. I don't think we're getting any hot drops, so I think I've got time, but that's probably the thing in the back of these players' minds right now is, like you said they don't have a job. I'm inclined to agree, because if you don't qualify for PGS 3 and 4, then that's 2 tournaments you're missing out on. And for APAC specifically, I think APAC has a little bit of a rougher go around, especially if you're from rest of SEA, especially if you're from OCE. again, I mentioned the filters. There's so many of them. So the pressure on these guys, not only to get through and play in the most prestigious tournaments, but to also not be stuck at home thinking about the what ifs for months and months on end. It'll definitely be weighing on them. Hopefully, though, they play the exact same PUBG that they're intending to.
Yeah, I mean, but it's high stakes, high pressure. You know that more than anyone. And when you've only got 18 games to impress, every match is certainly going to matter. You also only get so many games on the particular maps. It's not even like the old days where you're going to get 3 Erangel, 3 Miramar every single night. I mean, it wasn't always that split because it was like 5 games a night, but you get the point, right? You've got Tago, you've got Vikendi in the mix. And when you're only playing a certain amount of games, here's the kicker. You are playing 6 out of those 18 games for us on Vikendi and Tago.
Yeah.
So a third of the competition is on those kind of tertiary maps that obviously have always been a little bit debated. I think Tago's slipped in really beautifully. We have this conversation every time. It's really become a staple. Vikendi still probably has his issues, but you need to be good on those maps. If you're not going to be able to pick up points, you're leaving a lot on the table, a third of the tournament on the table. Focusing it a little bit, though, of course, for game number 1. Finally underway here. Erangel to begin with. Not a whole lot to really go over in terms of, as you said, hot drops. Really nothing happening. A couple of teams over towards the Georgia Pool region, one of which is Refined Clan here. 6 shots, Vin, Fritzl, and Da Vinci's. And close by to the team in pink. It's Team Bliss. It's a return to this organization that is so loved with some absolute stellar players. Monty opening up with the M416. The spray's not quite connecting, though, and the Mark 12 was not actually loaded for action. 8K, though, for Waiki Kamukau. Very ambitious shots, but you got to take them. Otherwise, you're never going to get the knock. Da Vinci's does make his way over that bridge safely to North George, but for the circle, it's all the way over towards Mansion side. So for Team Bliss, Refined Clan, Georgia Pool, not really where you want to be for long.
It's a telling start that Cow is willing to send himself in a vehicle to get that kill on that player going over to North George. That is a sign of confidence, and it's a sign that Cow is in the server to play. That's the kind of stuff we'll see Cow doing across this tournament if Bliss are able to keep up that momentum and keep their mental stable, I suppose. So it's good to see that to start off the game, but yes, this circle is not very forgiving for a lot of those teams on the western side of the zone. There's quite a few that are going to have to make their way in. I think for a team like Bliss and that North Georgia Pole team in Refined Clan, they're looking at an emergency parachute potentially. There is that soft side of the zone over towards Prison, over towards that hillside. That's a great place if you wanted to emergency parachute all the way over. And if you can find yourself a soft spot to land in, then you've got terrain to fight around as well. But you've also got compounds that you can identify as free as well. So yeah, I'm looking at Team Bliss potentially to pull that emergency parachute off. I don't think they're a team that's going to avoid taking it just so they can keep their cars up or just so they can, you know, play a different type of game plan. I think they're going to take these wins as it comes to them, and I think they're not, you know, a team that's going to say no to an emergency parachute.
I think we'll get some of the teams over towards that western circle. You've got Panic Esports, good position, playing that shelter region, and honestly a decent circle for it right now from the future, of course, in amongst that area too. Certainly a team to keep an eye on from Indonesia, always amongst it when it comes to FTF. Hence why, of course, invited in because of the performance last time out, final stage last year, one of the solid performing teams. Thrust around the area, same with Maven Extraordinaire, who made their way in towards Farm. Early rotate from them to get into that position. And a couple of other teams sort of making their way in now. SGD, of course, new look lineup for them, although same organization. Just made their way over towards Potato Hill and Pendatus Esports as well, with the legendary Carbs making their way up from that more northern side. Teams, though, coming in quite late, one of which VIP over towards Primorsk. They're going to have to get moving soon. Getting out of Primorsk is always a bit of a distance to drive, especially with these western circles. Trident making their way over now from Mill Base. One to keep an eye on, playing that Mill Base area. As always, one of the more prior spots for teams. If you can get Sosnovka Island, you ideally over an 18-game tournament want to hope that you can get a couple of mill-based circles, and obviously there's only so many Erangel games, makes it statistically a bit more difficult. Panic, great spot, and honestly with this spot can have themselves a good game, all dependent a little bit on that circle, but so far good little split that they've got, encompassing Bunnings and close by to Shelter.
It is a fantastic split. It's also a split that can be ripped apart at any moment if one of these teams around them identifies that there's only one person playing in either one of these compounds. And that's worrying. I guess Shelter is the most defended one, with 2 players being here, and you can definitely have Suspect and your other teammates leave their current positions and come up to Shelter to help. But of course, then that leaves those other positions open for any other team. So there's a lot of considerations here for Panic, and I'm hoping that they have a game plan in mind. If we get breached at this compound, this is what we're going to do. Same for this this compound, same for shelter. That's how you kind of avoid disasters happening. That's how you avoid losing numbers. And so that's kind of what I'm hoping Panic have in their back pocket for the moment. There's a lot of teams bunching themselves up on this west side, around that dirt road, around the compounds, around the flat tops. No one's gone soft side of the zone yet towards main mill to power. I'm thinking maybe Boomies is going to do it. I'd love to see them succeed as much as possible, but they're in the emergency parachute right now being stared at by FTF. They are going to the soft side of the circle, so they're going to have a little bit of a free ride, although they did lose one early on.
Yeah, losing Thursday, not ideal. That kill going away to Zen, and it is still a good rotate, courtesy of the emergency parachute pickup. They can get their way all the way towards Lumberyard Prison, and they can play either or, really, if they want. This Western Circle, though, probably a little bit closer to the Central, considering it still does maintain Potato Hill, for example. Probably has the tendency to more so push in on that eastern side rather than shifting out. But hey, nothing that says it can't change its direction later on. Kai with the spray. Nicel has been taken down to half health. He's the one, of course, who got that opening kill. Ken's trying to shoot back. Difficult shots from here with the moving forward. Darcia trying to shoot back with the Mark 12. Deep Rock now also trying to get involved. That is a very long clan tag, by the way, in Zen Esports. And then coupled with the Zen tag as well. It's some of the longer names that I've seen. Nevertheless, they get themselves over towards the red building safely. Kai now in the tree line, and suddenly for Extraordinaire, they don't really get much from this. That UAZ needs to be moved 100% and smoked off. Really good usage there, because otherwise, if tires get popped, you're not getting that vehicle out. You're then having to trudge on foot. So that's a nice little mini play there for Extraordinaire and from Kai.
Yeah, I mean, Extraordinaire is in one of those spots, right, where they're going to need those cars. If this does go to the east, even if it goes north, they're in a spot where there's so many teams around them. Cars are basically the only rotate option, unless they've got an emergency parachute in their back pocket too. They do have this flat top here, which they can use as a, I suppose, a leapfrog position. It's almost a safe house for them, and they've got a couple cars in here as well, but saving that UAZ, it's one of those decisions that will really reward you later on in the game, especially if the circle isn't kind to you. So good to see that there's heads-up play already from players like Cal, from players like, I believe it was Deeprot with his UAZ. So good to see. And Thrust, I kind of want to mention Thrust, give them a little bit of a shout-out, because I think they've been a team that's constantly been in the discussion to break through into that top 1, top 2 discussion in the Oceanic region consistently. They've always seemed to have a very strong roster. I think it's always been bolstered by Sigs and Maxorus. They're the two players' names that I think I've seen consistently throughout their time at OCE. And so hopefully this maybe is one of those tournaments where they can put themselves up, maybe even in that top 5. That would be a fantastic result for them. And if we were going to start speculating about teams that could yoink one of those top 3 spots from OCE, Thrust would be my choice.
20 seconds until phase 2. FTF going to be getting themselves a 2-2 split, but I think judging by the movement here on the motorbikes, along with Trick, Awaken will follow. They are going to group up, getting shot a little bit by VIP. I think VIP is probably, I feel like this iteration of VIP has been around for like 7 years. Fury, Tazzy, Sar, spray from Awaken here, pulls out the mini, and it does kind of hesitate a little bit. That does give a little bit of a reprieve for VIP to get over to this compound. Happy, feeling the pressure, nade in hand to try and just deal with them, ward them off. Here comes Samoy. He has a couple of frag grenades as well. Pins one. Trick on top of the building. So really well positioned here, FTF, to take this fight against VIP. I don't think VIP had anywhere to go. Again, how long is that name? Awakerin, and then they've got FTF as a clan tag. That is taking up half of the screen in terms of real estate. Fury and Tap down to Tazzy and Sar for VIP, all holding left side. That's a tough shot to hit in terms of attack. Good reposition there for FTF, taking further ground. In terms of top hill, Sar really under the pump and just being surrounded by mortars on frag grenades, and eventually Tazzy gets full. Awakerin, I don't know how to say this guy's name, but a real good reposition, Russell, to get to that tree line, get a different angle in, eventually gets the knock. I love the way that FTF have taken this fight. VIP have just never looked comfortable.
Yeah, VIP boxed themselves in. They breached this compound on one side and they never left that side. It allowed that player in Awaken to go to the top of that hill. That is an abysmal circle, by the way.
Walker
but yeah,
maybe.
Orcarin, who knows? Either way, they played it fantastically. They played right into VIP's disadvantages. We'll say that. VIP put themselves in that double white. They never left it. FTF realized that, and they went on the aggressive.
And they've thrown out from Mirage over towards the Wizzy down with SGD, tried to make their way in. Circle shifted towards the east, by the way. Sorry, towards the west, so it has gone more towards the water. Healer feeling the pressure. Cherry getting that knock. Snox and just Shout Hux remaining for SGD, and they're not able to fight back at all here. One final frag grenade from Shout Hux. Throws it out blindly with a prayer, but it can't even make its way over the hill. 40 damage onto Mirage from that frag grenade. Mirage is fine. and no more real pressure coming their way. In saying that, they are starting to run out of utility. Final Molotov, no frag grenades, Cherry can't push forward, and suddenly Trident forced back over the bunker. And mainly because you got Panic now pushing on them. A reprieve momentarily for SGD, but they do lose healer to Pivy.
Yeah, Panic is kind of helping out Trident here, kind of persuading Trident to not continue to push that SGD Wizard Tower. I feel like if Trident continued to push, it actually would have resulted in their demise. As you said, they were running out of utility. They had Panic above them, so if they continued to push towards that, they probably would have just lost their lives. But Panic said, no, you guys probably shouldn't do that. And so Trident have now backed off. They're focusing towards Panic, which is probably the smart thing to do. Make sure Panic know that Trident are very much a threat in this bunker here, and to not mess with them for the moment. There's an emergency parachute coming in as well from the Boomies. I have to wonder whether or not they're going to end up anywhere near Trident. I think they've gone a little bit lower. For SGD, though, absolutely boxed in. Again, in the back room of the Wizard Tower is Jervis. Never a fun place to be. I guess the one alleviating factor for SGD is they know Trident cannot push them. If Trident were to push SGD, it'd be Trident throwing away their lives, giving SGD a chance.
Yep. 13 minutes already elapsed, 30 seconds then, of course, till phase 3. 3 up for SGD, done well to defend themselves in that Wizard Tower. Mortar Strike makes its way down and gets involved. I think that's over to Boomies. One now on top of Trident as well at the bunker. Done well to be able to keep 4 players alive, considering they got into that fight with SGD and had Panic pushing in behind them over towards Lumberyard. Mentioned it before, it was an western side circle shift. So it did go closer to the water and towards Milter Power, which has then, of course, cut off these power positions like Shelter, like Bunnings, and that's why Panic, of course, moved away. We go to the south. We go to Milter and the Cliffs. Big change up this circle, probably not playing out the way that I would have anticipated from phase 1. And a lot of teams are having to scramble because of it.
Yeah, this is certainly not what I expected. All the teams that were playing western side heavily have now got to reconsider their strategy, maybe use an emergency parachute or whatever cars they have to maybe get inside Milter or something like that, put themselves in a spot to at least fight for this circle instead of just giving it up, fighting on edge and losing it all in, you know, that 16th position or anything like that. Speaking of fights on edge, FTF and AAP, 2 Titans in the lobby going at it. AAP in a much better spot than FTF. That said, FTF can always back out of this. They can always wrap all the way up towards Lumberyard, put themselves in a spot where they can get information. There's no real reason to commit to this. And I think once they see AAP go, they're also going to go. FTF will rotate all the way up to Lumberyard. AAP will send it down towards Milter, hopefully giving themselves a little bit of time to scout for information because they've been over here this whole time. They have no information on who's where in this upcoming circle.
Yep. Ultrabots on the move. They've lost Nan. And they scout this building out, which I think is just outside of the circle. Yeah. So it is only a bit of a pit stop. But even pit stops are good. You can pull up, get a bit of information, then move on from said info. Shower Hawk's knocked out. Here comes Team Bliss. Waiki Kamukau up into the air, trying to get some information. The other 3 are on the more western side of Milter. Difficult shots to land with the Dragon off from here at the Pancake for Pindados Esports. Cubs has actually pushed over towards the cliffs and playing a little bit more of an aggressive position away from this. The glider used well from Cow has made his way over successfully.
I love that from Cal.
It's great for him. The issue is the other 3 are left behind.
Yes. Information granted though, and Cal can then backstab towards Pindados as well. That's the one thing that's making me like this a little bit more. He has to play a factor in Team Bliss's next move, but to have the balls to at least go for that kind of rotate or information gathering. He's not going up in an emergency parachute and then, you know, landing in safety. He's in a very destroyable vehicle in midair that is going a lot slower than a normal plane would. So very, very, I mean, it's just pure confidence I'm seeing from Cal right now, and he's doing a lot for the team.
Yep, certainly is a very impactful move. We'll see how it plays off later on. For now, we go over to Zen Esports. Good position at the compound, close by to the cliffs. Trying to just ward off Odium a little bit, who are towards that eastern side. Really in a difficult position, trying to push forward. Already down to 3 players for Odium. Don't really have the numbers. Gonna have to expend a lot of smoke utility as well to kind of just clear, push in. Another big play move as well from the future have actually made their way over to Deep South Cliffs, close by to Waiki Kamukau on the rotate. They all parachute down now as well. Smokes are being expended and then up into the air. And Esports turn their attention around and behind them, parachutes to shoot at now. And they do land some decent tags. Happy just barely able to stay alive. Very low on health. Flash thrown over from Nicel wants to get involved and they're landing out in the open. Real good opportunity here for Zen Esports to collect some points. Orca now trying to just push up, get some smokes, block the line of vision, goes prone, trying to just really make it difficult for Zen Esports to get good angles, and a nice little rock handy for Samoy to just hide behind as the frag grenades get thrown out from Zen Esports. This has also meant that Odium have been able to get out of their location too. They've scurried over towards Milta, and so therefore for Zen Esports, they do lose a bit of that. Samoy then gets it down onto Calories. Suddenly things turning against them.
This is pure chaos. I thought Odium would go towards the compound. They landed themselves in the Wizard Tower. Zen Esports left that compound. That was free for Odium to take. They failed to recognize it, so they get kind of a much worse off position out of Zen Esports' push. The push that is still going on. This is a pretty pivotal push on that south side. The team that comes out on top here is in that compound that everyone wants to look at when they leave. It's a compound with a ton of info onto potential future centers of these zones, but no one's in it right now. No one's occupying it. I think Zen's trying to play both ways, but you can't. You have to fight FTF. You have to get rid of them first. And look who's here now. That play from Cal paying off.
Yeah, certainly is. The other three members of Bliss have made their way in over towards Pibby for Panic. 4 kills for them so far and just stayed alive. 4 health. Barest of margins. Now can get the first aid kit. Suspect to take over in terms of the aggressive duties and getting those frags and mollies in towards the Wizzies. We jump back over to Zen Esports. Nice held down. Lots happening in terms of the kill feed. Nice shots onto Calories from Trick. FTF doing a decent job of just kind of holding on, considering their position in a bad spot at the cliffs. They're really feeling that pressure at the back of them. Dusky's been knocked. Suspect gets into a good up-close position. One spotted, lower floor, knocked down, mostly because of that nade from Pibby. Suspect honestly would have got the knock and kill himself anyway. So really good pressure here from Panic and Pounding as a team. Suspect though goes in by himself, a little bit aggressive, gets punished for it. Pibby was there. They could have played that together. Nade thrown in and gets the kill. 7 kills at least for Panic, collecting the points nice and early. But Suspect does lose his life for it. Dusky is knocked and is staying down for now. Panic might just be down to 2 players. And yeah, certainly will be, with Textile confirming the kill onto Dusky. Down to 38 players alive here for game 1.
Certainly an unnecessary loss for Panic, but Pibby was up to 5 kills. It's a respectable amount to start off the night and the tournament. And look what's happened over here. Team Bliss, they were the ones to third party this fight. And now there's 2 players up on Zen and 2 players up on FTF. One of those FTF players is knocked as well. And the other one is stuck on the coast. So Team Bliss, they made their way over here with an emergency parachute, I believe. They didn't drive, or they would have probably been ripped to shreds by Pindados. But that play from Cal, that information play that kind of doubled as a space-taking play as well, has paid off dividends for them. And they've got themselves a couple kills on this third party, as well as all the information, all the space, and I think they're kind of in a stress-free environment right now. They know that both the teams in front of them are weakened. They know that one of those players is stuck on the coast that's certainly not going to be able to do anything against Team Bliss. And then from there, I mean, on this next circle, their play is pretty standard. Move their way down to the compound and then move from there.
Firework goes down, so down to a solo player for Panic. In fairness, for them as a team, 7 points, 7 kills, a decent start here for game 1. Especially considering the scrappiness of the fact they had to rotate out of Shelter, out of Bunnings, push into Lumberyard, then push down. Never really an easy kind of match when you're doing a lot of that moving. And they made the most of it. Immunity 4 up.
Oh my god.
And a push in from Bliss. Almost a team kill there. Cal had to get spraying on that turn and almost was as well. Got shot in the back. Akita goes down to Kens. Cal though eventually confirming the kill onto Kens. Akita will fall though. Blessed will get the confirmation for Thrust, a team which we can talk about as being the best positioned now with this phase 5 circle right on top of them at the compound. In fairness, though, they do become a target in terms of teams that may elect to crash onto their location. But for now, you'd rather be in their position than not in it. Monty now with a couple of tags towards the Wizzy Tower. So you can get something onto Odium. No Akita, 3 kills for Bliss. Southside position. Probably not expecting that circle to do them much good from here on out in terms of phase 6, 7, and 8. So they're going to have to move out from there. Jayo gets caught. How up close for Maven Extraordinaire. Crazy Nine still up for Pindados. He's the only one remaining, although he's, never mind, still got Carbs, who is getting shot at. I might just cast the curse him here because he may lose his life to Extraordinaire if they keep pushing in this direction. I think they're going to peek over the hill. How did. Then he gets shot in the back. That was Crazy Nine helping out his teammate and got knocked for it by Deeprot. Nice little turnaround. Indeed, it is now just Carbs. That's the solo for Pindados. No kills for them, and it's a long-range spray, but he can't win it against Kai. And Pindados Esports gone in 11th.
Pindados, they were the custodians of this coast for the longest time, and Extraordinaire sat inside their residentials, hoping for a moment to strike, and a moment to strike certainly for Alec. Jeff goes down as they exit Monkey Compound. Only 1 up left for Trident now, and here's Immunity trying to third party as well. So many third parties going on in this lobby. screams to me that everyone's here to play for the maximum amount of points. AAP's so stuck. Jeff is, I mean, the last Trident player, sorry, is kind of AAP's only chance at maybe getting something done here in Cherry. If he can get some damage onto immunity, then maybe AAP can then peak up and take more damage, off the back of Cherry's momentum. If Cherry looks to his right, knocks Rems, then B2's probably next. AAP stick their head up, then AAP can do something. That's not going to happen though, I don't think. Cherry will rear his head, that's one, but immediately traded, and AAP decided not to move. It was done far too quickly for AAP to make any sort of move out of it, and PV goes down as well.
Yeah, really nice swift turnaround from Rems. Talk about quick reaction there to what was happening. If you don't react quick in that moment, you probably lose 2 players and suddenly the game falls apart. So a nice swift reaction helps out immunity. They get the revive. Good position as well for them on that northern side. Couple of kills. Now placement points too to be distributed as we're down to the final 8 teams. 7 though now, of course, to be exact. It was a big frag grenade that did land, and it is a push on the north side. AAP into immunity, and that circle does mean these teams fighting up that north side need to do so cleanly, then push down. So it's a big battle happening there. I do kind of want to see it a little bit as Cal here on the south side. They don't have to move. They're still in terms of the circle for this compound momentarily, but there's a road in front of them, Russell, and you would imagine phase 7, phase 8 will not be kind. B2 caught on the other side of the smoke, and again, nice trade though, quickly from Textile. So good reactions from immunity. They win the battle up north. We go to the top 6. They get a couple of kills. Decent start for them. Big boy Mac, a couple trying to come through the front door of this Wizzy Tower. Envy's got the kill, but they lose their life because of Repugnance. He's wiped out his own team.
My God.
It's a massive team frag from Repugnance. They all go down to the Wizzy Tower, and Extraordinaire can take it for themselves.
Oh my. I'm genuinely lost for words, but I can only give him the benefit of the doubt that he threw that, got knocked, or was in so much trouble. There was so much stress involved that the comms were not good enough to hear that he had dropped a nade. I mean, there's just such limited space in the bottom floor of that Wizzy. If you drop a nade or a nade goes in the wrong place, you miss it, it hits the windowsill, what can you really do? And in the heat of the moment, when players are communicating this and that, sometimes it can end in that much of a disaster.
Push in now from the north side in towards the compound from immunity, but immediately they've been thwarted by thrust. Best position, compound feed, but they're making the most of it, hitting these shots, not even allowing immunity to get close to this compound. Rems will likely bleed out, down to just Textile and Sweet Soul to also still make their move. Insight finds the double nade, knocked down onto Extraordinaire in the Wizzy Tower. No surprise, it's only Deprot now remaining for Maven Extraordinaire. Nice little tag. The Anti-X on the other side of the circle, inside of their own Wizzy Tower. And you can see it's one of those kind of catch-22s. You want it for position, safety, but it also can be your undoing, depending on what's around you. Now, the difference for Anti-X, though, Russell, is no one's really close enough to get mollies, to get frags, to put that immediate pressure. On the flip side for Extraordinaire, though, absolutely too many teams around them.
Those Wizard Towers are definitely it's a tricky thing to decide to commit to, but for Odium to commit to this one over the compound they knew was free because Zen was fighting on the hill, that's a decision that certainly puzzles me. For Antic-X, though, they're in a bit of a different situation. They don't really have an option. They could breach Thrust if they wanted to, and maybe that would be kind of their winning play, but they've opted to go for the safe one, get placement points. That nade could be good. Placement point on the line for immunity, and not much to do either. I feel like Textile's going to peek out of the left side of the smoke, the right side of the smoke, no matter what Thrust is going to have him.
Love the fact that they're pushing out, though, looking to clear this north side to do it quickly rather than allowing immunity to kind of just foster themselves a position and then spring into action later in the round. Thrust on the front foot, although falling back and probably feeling like job done because of that blue anyway. Now going to be enveloping soon, 50 seconds. There's not much room now moving forward for Textile. Here's the solo. You don't need to overdo it. You also don't then want to get too antsy, push out of the compound, and then someone backfills in. So really good movement there from Thrust. Deal with the north side pressure. It doesn't have to be a full squad wipe. You've basically dealt with the majority of it, then fall back to compound. Safety. This is where you can get a win. And you mentioned them as a team, Russell. They've been together a long, long time. Familiar names. And they're still grinding. This could be a tournament where they could finally get over that hurdle, be a contender. This is a way to begin. 4 up, key position. They're the healthiest team. No one else has even 4 players. Immunity 3, Antic-X 3, and they've got Compound. This should be a win. It's all about now just doing it.
at minimum for Thrust, they are going to get that battle between them and Team Bliss. Dealing with Antic X and Immunity, mind you, is a formality. Down goes Textile. Antic X, I mean, look, they don't have any vehicles. They're probably out of smokes, and even if they do have smokes, it's not like that's going to matter. They're going to be caught in between Team Bliss and in between Thrust. Antic X are going to die here in third guaranteed. They might even give it up to the blue. We're at that stage in the tournament where points to the blue are looking more and more appealing. They will do so, and Thrust get that 4 versus 3 against Bliss. Bliss need to move across the road now, put themselves on those road ridges, make sure that Thrust can't do any extracurricular moves, I suppose, put themselves out in rocks and stop Bliss from making moves. It's a little too late. Thrust aren't yet moving, but this is their best shot to get the win.
Yep, certainly is. Into the US now goes Team Bliss. Really not much of an option here. Cal probably needs to try and get this vehicle forward, find space. Obviously, he can get back to his team, but as soon as he even remotely gets in front of those other 2 members of Bliss, he gets shot out of the vehicle. Good pressure from Thrust. They've been on the front foot. You can say it's a compound feed. I certainly wouldn't. They get themselves into this position. They capitalize. They reap the rewards, and even still pushed out of this compound earlier to deal with teams around them. It's shaping up to be a solid win, a solid chicken dinner to kickstart this campaign. And for teams coming into a tournament such as this that maybe aren't considered the best of the best, this is how you make others take notice of you. Maxorus, talk about aggression here. They are making sure that Monty feels that pressure. 9-kill win for Thrust. I'll take top spot after game 1. And when there's only 17 other games to play, this is where you can build the platform for a solid campaign. It's all about following up on it now. But talk about job done to begin from Thrust.
It's a fantastic job to start the tournament. That's momentum. Also, it's up against Bliss, one of the main rivals for them in this tournament. And I honestly thought Bliss would end up taking the ridges across the road, maybe with a few less micro mistakes or better pathing in the car, than we would have been able to see that 4v3 elongated. We would have been able to see it go down to a phase 9, but that's not what happened. Thrust didn't even let it get that close. No matter what Bliss did in those cars, Thrust were ready with the DMRs to pop their heads off, and it left it down to 1. And at that point, there's nothing that Team Bliss player can do. It's a fantastic start for Thrust.
Yeah, it certainly is. And obviously this is where, again, it's that kind of tricky situation. You don't want to get too overexcited. It's game 1, Russell, but it's only 18 games. And how often have we done these tournaments now? You as a player, now as a caster, time and time again, the teams that win, the teams that are top 3 material, start well. All of them. I can say it as many times as I want, where it's like, oh, it's fine, you can have a couple of games to get going. The truth is, and the statistics of it is, you need to start well. You need to have a good beginning. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very difficult. Mind you, teams have been able to make comebacks, yes, but that, to me, seems like it's the anomaly rather than the norm. You start well, you build that platform, you gain that momentum, you have a solid night 1, then there's only 2 other nights, you have that confidence. For Thrust, it's not like top 3 or bust or anything, but they're in the conversation, and it's really good for that self-inner belief as a team.
Yeah, it's that momentum. But the reason teams that start well do well is because they start off with momentum. They give themselves a buffer. The question now for Thrust, and we'll see over the next 17 games, is consistency. Yeah. Can they consistently put themselves in position to get wins, get kills? Yep. It's a question that has yet to be answered.
It's not job done. Plenty of games still to go for those that maybe had a struggle in game 1. Fret not, of course. 17 matches means there's more than enough time to make things up. But the truth is, by the end of this night, a third of the tournament will have already been concluded. So yeah, there really aren't that many games. For Thrust, though, consistency now becomes the word for them. Can they back this up? We'll find out after the break.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erengel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I'm Josh. My in-game name is PUBG. I play for Panic Esports and been playing for Panic for almost 2 years now.
PUBG with a Mark 12 and Panic making very quick call.
Oh my God.
Very quick work of one call.
It's pretty hectic. I said to the boys late last year, I was like, I've got a baby on the way, so I'll definitely be taking like sort of a step back from the prac side of things, and we're just a team of like friends, so we're just playing to have fun and want to just really enjoy the game. And everyone was on the same page. Like I said, we just want to play the game for fun, we're not grinding to like be the best or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, our comms in game it's not what you'd expect of anyone playing a competitive game. We're mucking around, saying some real random stuff and being silly. We've been playing together for a couple of years. Me and Suspect probably go back to 2019. Dusky came along around 2022, and he was only really new to the scene. He's been playing with us ever since he started. I've got a lot of respect for a couple of the teams in the region. Definitely like FTF. They've essentially split their team in half, so they've gone from the best two in FTF and the best two in one call and merged together this region, this PCR specifically. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform. I reckon they're going to be top of the ladder 100%. They'll be smashing it. It'll be interesting to see what happens because we've had a few teams from out of region come in as well. SGD, who I think is doing really good in the quals. And then, EXO, obviously we expect to be up there. Our play style doesn't really end us up seeing much of EXO because it's like completely different sides of the map. So, if we do see them, though, we'll be running at them for sure.
Yeah, really good insight there from PUBG, and also something that we don't get that often these days, Russell. So honestly, thank him for doing that, and obviously for being able to do it in general. Hopefully we can get more of that kind of content moving forward. Good little insight there for him, and obviously for his team. They had a decent game. 7 kills, no placement points, but it was kind of one of those games for Panic where it was decent position early on. You got phase 1, great spot, shelter, Bunnings, and then it's move. And we all know what that's kind of like. It becomes a little bit stressful, but they were able to at least get some kills, capitalize on that. Just couldn't quite get to the end game, which a team that did was Thrust. They got the win. Really good platform for them to build on moving forward, and it's all about a case of consistency now. Can they keep that up? Can they at least get themselves in the conversation on a regular basis? There's been plenty of tournaments in the past where, certain teams will start well, game 1, 2, 3, and then start to fall off a little bit. So they've got to be obviously mindful of that. But I honestly think they're a team that's more than capable in this particular lobby of being able to continue on.
I think so too. I think they've got the fragging power to do it. I think they're a team that's, you might see other teams start off with a win, compound feed, it's nice, it's easy, right? But then they kind of taper off. And the reason they taper off is because they're not going out there for those kills. They're not sending themselves out and really putting themselves out there for those kills. And kills are part of a massive equation for consistency. So for Thrust, I think they've got the caliber to do it. Whether or not they actually do it is an entirely different question.
Yeah, obviously one more Aaron kill for the night, and then we start to shuffle our maps, Tago, Vikendi, Miramar, so it becomes that kind of three-game bonanza, which is what I kind of like. I've actually come to really enjoy it, at least from the kind of spectating, casting view of things and the spectatorship of PUBG Esports, Russell, which is you kind of have this little period from map 2 to map 5 where we now get 4 different maps in a row. Erangel, Tago, Vikendi, Miramar. Which I've become actually a bit of a fan of it. Initially, I probably would have been more in the camp of being against it because I would have liked the uniformity of being able to say, okay, 3 games of Erangel, 3 games of Miramar, but it's time to move on. It's time to adjust. You already can see with PUBG Esports in the game itself, these gliders, emergency parachutes, shields. The game is not what it was 4 or 5 years ago, and so it needs to change in terms of the maps. It's been that way for a while. And I've really come around to it. I really enjoy it. So for the next 4 maps, obviously everything will be a little bit different. This is, though, the final game of Erangel for the night.
I think they should still take out emergency parachutes. It is what it is. But I think that's part of the game that I'm not against. Vikendi as well, I don't know. Vikendi is to me. But I do like the bonanza, as you called it. I think it's a fantastic way to shake things up as we move into the night. And we've discussed it time and time again. It doesn't really matter if you're a player. You're used to it at this point. It's nothing. It's just like, we played this map, and then we play this map, and then we play this map, and then we play this map. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change up your game plan, your strategy, or anything like that.
Maybe initially when the Tago Vikendi changes came in, it would have been very easy to kind of just sit back and say, okay, we can kind of just maybe not worry about those maps that much. But as mentioned before, it's 6 out of the 18 games over the course of this tournament. in the next 3 days. So it's actually quite significant. You can't just forego those maps anymore. But I also think that Takeover plays really well, plays actually quite similar to the way that you would play in Erangel/Miramar anyway. And so then it comes down to Vikendi. How much time do you need to really put into it? Probably not like a super amount. The game is still PUBG at the core. And these players and these teams are professionals. They're very good. They understand the core basics. And that alone can get the job done probably 80% of the way. We follow in for B2 and Team Immunity here. It was a bit of a so-so kind of game for them to begin in the opening match where, yeah, they got 8 points overall, top 5, that's great. Could they have got a little bit more? They had the north side position, probably a little bit unfortunate where the circle kept going south of them over towards Thrust rather than on them. Felt like they had a decent game. Unfortunately got undone, but were able to at least survive until the end, get some decent points. In terms of those that don't have any points though, Refined Clan in the bottom 4 along with SGD, VIP and Pindados Esports as well. So all still on a donut, looking to change that here in map number 2.
Pindados was one of those teams I thought would actually get some points because Team Bliss kind of passed them by. They went up in an emergency parachute and paid no mind to Pindados. But then they had that opportunity on, I guess, every team around them, every team they had info on from the coast that they were controlling to get some points. But they didn't. They kind of just got ran over by Extraordinaire as soon as Extraordinaire left those residentials that they were in. So disappointing end to a position that I thought Pindados was really going to be able to capitalize on for them. For VIP, I mean, look, honestly, we look at those bottom 4, they all have 0 points, but it's game 1. We're not going to analyze it. We're not going to go too deep in it. The team I did want to mention a little bit was Antic X, and because they were the team, or they are the team that loots Milta Power consistently. They've always looted Milta Power for as long as I've been casting them, and they've always been able to put themselves up into that, you know, top 3, maybe even top 2 win the game kind of position whenever the circle goes towards them. But it looked like they were kind of caught off guard by that circle. It looked like towards the end of the game, they didn't really give themselves any options. They laid back in mini Milta for so long, and the circle kept pushing in away from them and away from them and away from them. And then it came down to a point where they just got nothing. And I think looking back at it, the winning play for Antic X in that previous game probably would have just been to breach Thrust, maybe on the timing when Thrust were outside the compound fighting towards Immunity. Something like that might have done wonders for Antic X.
So we had ourselves originally a eastern circle to begin match 1. Now over towards the west, over towards Gatka Fields, Quarry, Primorsk as well in George Paul 2. On the north side for this opening circle, bit of thrust action towards Zaki momentarily. They were going to have to make their way south and towards this zone, which yeah, for the most part, I think it's going to probably play out in a normal kind of Gatka Fields sort of match of Erangel, which could be quite scrappy. Certainly key compounds are going to be very important early on. If you can get those earlier, the better. If you're coming in quite late, then it's a lot of field play, a lot of car fort play. And typically then ends up around shacks, and you never really want to be in a shack when it comes to these Gatka Fields kind of circles. Can't imagine there's that many teams that have been able to find wins from there. A team that can obviously get a decent rotate in SGD. We're watching them now over towards Pachinki and Pachinki Hill. Jervis already actually pushing over the hill itself, getting some good vision towards Gatka Fields. It's actually probably something that doesn't get spoken enough. If you do play Pachinki and the Pachinki Hill, you can get really good vision of scouting out the Gatka Fields.
It's one of the reasons Pachinki is so desirable. You have access to a ton of different locations, although this time Jervis is not up there to get information. They're too much on the edge to bother. It's too early to bother getting information. He's more concerned about this compound, which is kind of a leapfrog position. It gives you access to that next hill onwards, that next kind of forest, which is a very valuable rotate path, and is terrain you can certainly fight through. You were talking about shacks and getting wins from shacks, and I wanted to mention Panic, not only because we had some information from Pibby in the break, but because Panic, there was a bit of an inside joke a couple of years ago where Panic just managed, they would always send it to shacks. That was their way of getting wins in OCE tournaments, was sending it into shacks as soon as possible. And they would always find consistent placement points from a strategy like that, but also they would sometimes find wins from putting themselves in a disadvantageous position. And it was actually good to hear from Pivy that they kind of play the game for fun now. They don't really play the game super seriously anymore. It gives me a lot more insight into, I suppose, the expectations for that team.
It makes the little breach in. Team Bliss go early as we kind of watch them. Insight coming in late. Just close by to Everest. Little overview there. You can clearly see, though, good position. Getting themselves in. Slight western side of Gatka Fields. Not really. Mainly central. At least to the west of AAP. And for Insight, yeah, I mean, I think this is a team, Insight Cal, brings back a lot of memories. Probably not good memories for you, Russell. coupled then with Akita and Monty. It's kind of like old age plus new age when it comes to the top end of OCE. So I really do love this combination they've been able to bring to the forefront.
I think as well with Cal coming into the roster, obviously we look at Cal replacing Haiku, we think, okay, what does that actually do for the roster? Well, it does exactly what Cal did last game. Heikeman, as much as I love him, I don't think he's going to go for plays like Cal did with that glider that he did in the last game. That's just not something that Heikeman's going to do. Heikeman's more of a solid player that will let Cal do those things and then, you know, capitalize off Cal's movements. If Bliss is looking for a player like Cal to be able to do stuff like that for them, then they've got the perfect pickup. And in a lobby like this, in SCA lobbies, having someone like Cal that really puts their life on the line for the team is incredibly valuable.
Well, 6 minutes in, no eliminations yet. Probably not too surprising considering the amount of rotates that do need to transpire, one of which is going to be coming in quite late. Antic X over towards Kameshki and Stelba, still 6 minutes into the game. ODM over towards Yasnaya, Panic. Again, with that shelter split, so they're getting some work done in terms of loot, but will be coming in quite late. Again, these are kind of the risk versus reward moments as a team. You kind of have to just accept if it's going to be a Gatka field circle, here's what we're going to do. At this point as well, Russell, like for these teams, if you're a shelter split team, you know exactly what the game plan is already going to be for these kind of circles, because this is a very common circle. Like you basically need to have a preset plan for a Gatka field circle. It's like, okay, do we want to go early or do we want to loot? And so clearly for Panic, it's like, let's just loot, play, and then as we come in, this is what we're going to do, X, X, and X, and the plan is already pre-placed and pre-planned.
Yeah. In days gone past, you've got essentially 3 rotate spots you can come into this circle from. You basically have that southern part near the bridge where you can get up onto the hill that Extraordinaire's kind of in and around right now. You've got the Pachinki Hill that Snox is on at the moment. And then you've got what we call Highway, where Pindados is. And if you want to catch up with my references, then LPL_play for the map stream is the place to be. But now you have the emergency parachute as well, which is a 4th entrance into the zone if you don't like the 3 options already presented to you. And of course, if it does shift all the way to the west, then you toss away all those other options and you just send it inside the center and hope for the best.
Deep Rot had a decent game in the last match. Fortunately, the rest of his team probably struggled a little bit after they had themselves a decent position over towards the cliffs. They got completely inundated by a bunch of other teams that made their way over for Extraordinaire. South side, close by to Quarry, which at the moment being occupied by Boomies, and Esports also in front of them. Not really that many places to go. Very quickly, doesn't it already feel quite difficult to find a location for these kind of Gatka-filled circles? If you're coming in late, you're going to have to be fighting. You're not going to get that prime real estate. Hence why we saw teams like Bliss move in early, SGD as well, coming in from Pachinki. Sure, close by, but scouted out early courtesy of Jefferson, got themselves a key piece of real estate. AAP, of course, nicely centered up as well. So probably the key 3 teams to keep an eye on for the remainder of this match: AAP, SGD, Team Bliss. Boomy is probably a 4th as well. If you really want to talk about the 4 teams centering on this phase 1 circle. Rems, a couple of shots. He's going to fall back. Probably feels like he came off 2nd best in that little gunfire exchange. Over towards the coastline on the more northern side of the Gatka fields. Decent little spot here at the Yellows. B2 also getting involved. Community are grouped up. If they want to push this onto Refined Clan, they certainly can. RFC are actually kind of split a little bit. And with Immunity all stacked up, they could elect to push this, overwhelm 1, take a 3 or a 4 on 1, and then sweep through. So for Refined Clan, they need to be a little bit careful here.
I feel like this is a play from Immunity. It's a play where they recognize that their other options aren't that good, and they probably know they're going to end up sending it into Bliss or AAP if they opt to rotate towards the east. And so sticking around and trying to deal damage to Refined Clan, potentially even get a knock, and then, like you said, push Refined Clan in those yellows might just be their best option. Trick gets the knock on the invis out of the car, and Maka just has to scram out of there, but he hits a rock. It might spell disaster, but not just yet. Shots are being missed, and we go over to Trident as well, also being shot at in cars. Everyone rotating in, as you said, is going to have to fight for position. There's no free ride in a circle like this.
No, it certainly isn't. Big boy Mac is dead. He's gone. Had he not even got knocked out, the vehicle was about to blow up anyway. First one, though, came through then compared to the second one. And Ocarine will get the knock for FTF, who have been really involved nice and early on. 7 points overall to begin, and that is a very, very eastern shift straight onto SGD. Doesn't quite work for those teams on the coastline, western side of the initial phase 1 circle. They're going to have to now make their way in, and certainly as a reprieve, Russell, for the teams coming in quite late on that eastern side. Anti-X, Panic, Pindados Esports as well. They do get a very nice circle shift. So you come in quite late, and you can still get a good phase 2 circle, which makes life a little bit easier. Extraordinaire now as well, also rotating back the way they came. They've got the hills that they can play on the south side, north of Ferry Pier. Really good spot if you can defend it. And so suddenly things have changed. Those Western teams, the teams that came in early, aren't going to benefit from this P2 circle shift.
That previous circle, Llama looked not even like it was going to be occupied at all. Zen was the closest team to it, but there was no reason to put yourself up on top of it. On this circle shift, it's not prime real estate, but it's a prime position to fight for that's going to give you information into the next circle. That's why Trident's here right now. That's why Zen is defending as hard as they are. Trident's been limited to a couple bowls, and I bet you they're worried about teams coming from behind them as well. Trident are not in a spot right now where they are living stress-free. Teams rotating around them, thankfully. They can kind of put their focus on Zen Esports for the moment, but I'm not entirely sure Trident get out of this scot-free. They're so limited, and there's Boomies pulling up on their northern side too. Yeah, tough position to be in here for Trident. It really can start to feel the pressure and the pinch on their location. Can they find a way to maybe slip down to the south of Quarry and then just rotate back in elsewhere? Obviously, it would become a bit of a trek. I don't know if they've got the vehicles for it either. Boomies, though, to be fair, have not actually pushed in behind them, Ross, but more so to the north of them. I don't know if they're aware of Trident's location. With the way that they've rotated in, it has alleviated a lot of the pressure here onto Trident. Boomies have backed off, and Rain is actually getting a lot of this information here on the tail end of the Llama. He's actually got themselves out of a tricky scenario, and Trident has to circumnavigate this. It's too late to claim the compound that Boomies has now claimed, though. I feel like Trident maybe had a chance to send a car over the hill, maybe put themselves in a little bit of a more risky spot to get information on that compound, and then that's their free ride into the circle. That's center position gained. It's terrain that you can fight for, but they didn't do that. They were so limited by the pressure of Zen that Boomies went right in front of them, claimed that free compound for themselves. Yep, really good forward thinking there from Boomies. Trident probably just happy they didn't get pinched and eliminated early on. They do kind of backfill in Boomies going in also a backwards way, getting shot at here on the rotate. 50 seconds until phase 3. Probably one of the more quieter games of Erangel that we've had. I think back to the PUBG Asia Super Cup, and Erangel could really get quite extreme compared to some of the other maps that we've got in the pool. On tap. Just trying to get a bit of information here for VIP, still out towards the west. Where else can they really go, though? In front of them now is Trident, who have just pulled up, holding a bit of a dip there on the road. So out of vision at the very least, but VIP very much aware, though, that Trident are in that location, close by, in front of them. Interesting opportunities for VIP. The Llama Hill, currently not occupied. Zen Esports has kind of backed off of it. They want to fight towards the east, or at least look that way for the moment. It almost makes me think the VIP have an opportunity to put players across the other side of the road from Trident and utilize that positioning as a way to I mean, basically just kill Trident from multiple different angles. They haven't done anything yet, but now they definitely forced to. They're gonna have to think of alternate ways to go VIP. Trident's in front of them. They're stopping them from moving on in this circle, but Trident certainly have options to take them out. I've been looking at the map stream, and there's a couple teams that have just sent it into the center zone and claimed free compounds. Pindado sent it from the northeast straight into the very center of this circle. Antigex did the same from the east. We just saw Boomies do the same from the southwest. And so I said earlier there was no free rides in this circle, but there are massive gaps that have been 100% utilized by at least 3 teams so far. Yeah, and Chopsticks was completely available prior to P3. Thrust and Blessed now getting a couple of shots in onto a rotating immunity, making their way in from the base camp of Everest. They're now in towards the circle here with Gatka. They can send it in towards Chopsticks, but I said it was free. It has now been taken by Panic very quickly. There was the run over though onto Lightwork. Pivy able to at least get the trade initially onto Textile, then followed up with the flush. Nade as well from Pivy, and immediately looking to just back off of this and at least hold off over towards that tree line. Could rotate to the other Chopstick. It is available, the lesser of the 2 options, and from the future also making their way in towards the yellows. Good position to hold considering it's inside of the circle. Certainly not the long play, but it's a good spot for now. Good pit stop here. It's happy with the spray in the orb. Doesn't quite land all of those shots. Immunity have lost 1, but 3 have made it to the secondary Chopstick. That honestly, considering the rotate, has been a pretty good result for IM. Yeah, that's insane that they make it there, only losing 1, to be honest with you. And they put themselves in a decent spot as well. It's not super ideal. You'd rather the one that Panic has, but Immunity certainly won't be upset with what they've got. They can make their way down that chopstick as well, take the fight towards Panic later on if they want to. And of course, you're going to have a ton of information around you. You've got these ridges that you can park yourself up on top of and gather as much information as you want. That southwestern side of the zone is still looking incredibly tight. Extraordinaire, very close to SGD. SGD, have they made sound? Are they playing prone? Are they next to trees? Are they just waiting for Extraordinaire to drive into them? I have to wonder. I think Extraordinaire... You know what? I'm starting to think Extraordinaire don't know. They're being very cautious, but I don't think they know. And that confirms it. Murayama down, Jervis opens it up.
Yeah, good initial knock for SGD. They got better position here as well, kind of looking down into Extraordinaire. And Murayama down, the other three inside of vehicles at the moment. I think they're very much sensing they're on the back foot here. How gets out, tries to get involved.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, Sweet Soul peeks up, kill onto Dusky, and talk about a kill back onto a team that took one from you. Suddenly those two now evened up. Immunity will be aware of that. Having lost one to Panic, they get one back, but Suspect finds two. I think they overpushed. Suspect was the solo in a 1 versus 2. Got a double from what I can see here on my map stream. The other two members of Panic weren't even close by. Wonder if he's just caught them off guard here with a bit of a swift rotate on the south side of the chopstick. They had no idea. Both losing their lives, and with that, Immunity are going to falter down to just B2 as the solo now remaining. Rems got finished off. Real good effort from Panic in controlling the chopsticks. Yes, they lost Dusky, but they got the response that they were swiftly after. Kai knocked out Shervis, so I thought it was maybe Snox for a second. But still, Kai goes down. SGD pick up the kill. First one of the game for them.
And nice shots regardless. SGD doing... I mean, they're doing excellently to control their side. They played it pretty damn well to make sure Extraordinaire had zero chances to take control of that hill. So well done from SGD so far. And yeah, for Immunity, you have to wonder if that initial knock and flush onto Dusky persuaded them that because he was running into that building, those buildings are free, guys. We just knocked him. He was running. He was trying to get it.
Yep.
You know, those buildings are free. I don't think it... maybe it was that. Maybe it wasn't. Whatever it is, it certainly convinced them to make that push, and Suspect was ready.
Outside circle here, so big change up again. We kind of got this in the opening map. Now we'll get it again. Thrust, gone. Wiped out by Akita, combination with Rain. So 19 points for Thrust. Pretty much all of those, though, of course, coming from the opening match. Does leave a little bit to be desired. And of course, we kind of talk about consistency. We talk about can they achieve what they were able to achieve in the opening game more often than not. Well, they don't back it up. CJ knocked down by Crazy 9. Quiet start from Archangel Predator, just the 2 points thus far. B2 just under so much pressure now from Panic Esports. They know he's still infiltrating this second chopstick. A chopstick, though, of course, that's no longer inside of the zone. Team Immunity finally losing B2 to Pivy. The frag grenade to finish him off. Down to 12 teams remaining. Refined Clan losing 2 very quickly as well. Means that they're just down to a solo, and they're the only team on 0 points still. That's not the pull-up, though, for Fritzl. That's not it for Refine Clan. They'll stay on the donut after 2 games of Erangel. Everyone else has at least got 1 point. As then Esports got up to 3 kills in the match.
We hit boiling point on Llama, Jake, and so far the victors are Zen Esports, who have been controlling it the entire time. No one else is excited about the potential of Llama anymore. They want this compound. AAP have decided to come in. Boomies have been here for a while, and now FTF is here as well. On paper, you certainly back FTF, but Boomies have been here. They've had plans set up for an occasion just like this, and FTF are on the low ground as well. They've got opportunity to move into that high ground and control it if they wanted to, but VIP are also on that east. AAP are on that north. Boomies might actually be in the best spot here.
Yep. 80 pushing up. Couple of teams to fight here. FTF Samoy goes down to Furzy. It was a trade by Happy. Speedy's probably gonna, well, live up to his name, speed on up and get in there. They gotta take this fight head on. Trick gets himself onto the other side of this fence line, trying to just look in towards Boomies. Little good position. Love that little pop-up that he can play behind the tank. Furzy eventually falls down from the roof. He was already knocked, eventually finished off by Trick. They get the revive on the Samoy as well. FTF playing this extremely well. Shots from Monty. Perfect with a bit of help as well from inside. Frag grenade and a blow up, and Monty goes down eventually to Mirage. Insight's the solo. Left up for Team Bliss. Here comes Jeff to finish him off as well. Frag grenade has 2 of them. Inside with a good tag. Jeff is the solo as well to 1 versus 1. The frag is pretty good, but Insight falls back. Aware of it. Really well played from Insight. Seriously solid, and the experience shining through for the veteran. Bliss stay alive, but for how much longer? Here comes Zen Esports, and they're pushing over from Llama. Insight should not be allowed to survive for much longer. First aid kit pops. He's up. Tell you what, considering his experience, and the man has been here so often before, he's capable. If he hadn't been able to get that knock, it wouldn't have mattered. Wouldn't have mattered. Frag grenade was coming his way. Nice gets the kill. Decent effort from Insight. Bliss will get the points. 5 kills, 19 points into first, but they go out early and no placement points.
The ever-present Zen Esports. Llama is their home this game, and they're not letting anyone anywhere near it. Chael, yeah, the hard top fragger for Boomies in the round of 32, down to his own molly. He gave it up. He knew he messed up. Either that or he alt-tabbed. Either way, FTF claimed that compound for themselves. AAP never wanted to get involved in any of the fighting going on that compound, which is honestly pretty smart from them. And VIP, the same. They stay in the most central compound at the moment. FTF beat out Boomies, which, by the way, has no company man for tonight, which kind of makes me sad. Said they've got Furzy, which is a big pickup. Mind you, Furzy is absolutely terrific, but I would like to see company man in.
From the future, though, credit to them for just warding off a bit of pressure, especially when they had one get knocked early on in that exchange. Very easy to get overwhelmed. Thought they did a really good job holding onto that compound and gets them up into the top 5 right now. Anik, Pivy, they got no placement points opening game, 7 kills though, but now into the top 8, so placement points up for grabs. Light work. Losing that battle against Jervis, he'll fall back. Couple of bandages available. Pivy also getting tagged up. That's from Ken's of Zen Esports. So a lot of eyes on Panic, and rightfully so. Eastern side of the circle, Ross, right? Blue at their back, real difficult position. Everything about this says throw out smokes, get in vehicle, send it and pray.
Yeah. It's what they're doing. I think they've got dips to play as well. I think they're going to need a ton of smokes, either that or they just send it for a game-winning play. They're not the kind of team to give it up, not anymore at least. Not much presence coming from that single, yeah. Oh, that's presence that they can actually capitalize on. Kens goes down, Anti-X are occupied now, here comes Panic.
One at the front door though, frag grenade thrown in, underarm to try and deal with this. I think that was Jakovsky, lost his life to Suspect. This is a real good push from Panic. Shows how aggressive they can be to take this kind of position. That knock really opened it up for them. The doorway was well and truly open. Molotov thrown over to the other warehouse. Punye has to just fall back, and Antic-X have allowed a 3-man Panic into this building. 13 seconds until phase 6. Can they even maybe find themselves a bit of circle love? Can they get the circle 6 shift down to the south? Would suddenly change the entire shape of this round for Panic when it looked like it was going to be rough for them earlier on. And the blue at their back stuck out, and they do get a little bit of a southern help. VIP in the dead center, SG'd up onto the north, and down to just Sands and Punye.
That is a nightmare for Antic-X. Zen is sending it at you from the top of the hill, and then Panic comes in at just the right time. I don't even think that was planned from Panic. I think it was just fantastic timing. Kens just gets ripped apart in front of them, and they say, yep, that's our opportunity. Antic-X have to deal with 2 different teams sending it at only a couple buildings that they control, and from there, Panic absolutely capitalizes. And they're looking to finish this off as well from the roof, and the close-up cans of Faust. What a way to finish it off for Panic. Perfectly timed all around.
Yeah, really good reposition, gets into the roof angle, looking in towards the building. Suspect gets that kill. Panzer with a double push as well, having the extra player, really just using the numbers that they had. Well, 7 kills again for Panic, 2 games in a row, but this time deep into the final 6, and certainly now a real good position. I definitely kind of don't want to jinx them here and say they could win from here. They certainly can. The issue I have is kind of the terrain advantage still for those northern teams, and eventually if Panic don't get even more circle lock phase 7 and 8, it can be quite tricky pushing out of this compound, north and up into the open, when teams can be kind of looking down into you. That's about it. Other than that, though, 3 up. To be fair, there are a couple of teams with 4. FTF have got 4. Pendatus Esports as well have got 4. We'll see what happens from here. Still a lot of action here for their second game of Erangel to be played out. Still 90 seconds remaining until phase 7. Bit of space here for teams to now maneuver.
That northern side is going to get hectic real quickly. Pindados is probably going to have to go up against AAP. Either that or AAP fights towards FTF, and then you can definitely see SGD getting involved. Whoever controls this northern side, like you said, has so much space to work with, so much information to work with, and so much control to work with. VIP, whoever wins this northern side battle between these 4 teams, it's probably going to be, they're going to control VIP, they're going to control Panic, and I can't wait to see the action unfold. That said, Pindados isn't looking towards AAP. They're not looking towards them right now. They're getting on top of that top hill, kind of backing off. They were extended out towards the edge of the blue. They're not staggering it, which tells me they have an inkling that AAP is looking towards FTF, and they'd be absolutely spot on.
Unless there's a rotate south, Panic's just not going to have anyone fighting them. Like, all of the fights are on this north side, northwestern side as well.
Yeah.
VIP kind of in a good spot too, but ultimately no one is pushing Panic. It's something to kind of keep in mind.
Panic can push out too. They've got a couple ridges they can certainly utilize. That they can also LOS VIP, which I suppose is the only threat to Panic at the moment. If they go out to the eastern side of this zone, Panic will have full LOS on VIP and an opportunity to third party the north.
Happy playing on the south side here, but it's the front contact of the other three for FTF that are going to get involved against AAP. Elgin bots just peeking around. The Purple Shield as well played out here. And the heal's going to take place. They really do need Happy to get into the forefront. He's holding on the back here, though. I guess if he does maintain this position and AAP continue to push over, he could be quite useful. No one's definitely going to be pushing behind him, that's for sure. Open field, no one there. Nan knocked by Crazy Knight. Pendados actually helping out on that northern side. Bit of a pinch here. FTF can actually use this information to try and now counter in over towards AAP after they were initially pushing FTF down the hill. Nan losing his life. AAP no for a factor in a bit. So they're going to make a play happen. Happy held that line for so long. Whoa. Eventually got traded by Alec, but it didn't matter. He goes down to the blue. Well played from Happy. Real good pressure from the future. They didn't overplay the hand, didn't necessarily push into AAP. They knew they had the win condition of just kind of falling back. AAP were going to get pressured, having to fall into them. Thought FTF played that really well. Second game in a row, I think FTF have been playing really, really well. They probably don't have the points that they would like, but so far playing some really good PUBG.
Yeah, they've been making correct decisions, and there's no pressure on them either. You can see Happy was just prone there. Wasn't standing up, crouching, spam crouching. Didn't look nervous at all. Just holding the line. His crosshair as stoic as ever. And they get it done. AAP in a rough spot. You can only imagine they would have had to do something much earlier on in this game to change their fate. And that's not what happened. Pindados still remain on top. SGD and Pindados, that's the next fight to look forward to right now. Because there's only really one team that can continue to remain dominant on that northern side. I think FTF might have a say, but they're pushing towards VIP. VIP luckily having a little bit of defense help from Panic, from Pindados. FTF, they played that previous fight excellently, but this next one is a lot harder to get through.
Yeah, it's more difficult than them doing necessarily something wrong. You can see the smokes go out, which means they're already quite defensive in nature. They're stuck out on the edge. A lot of teams, a lot of sight lines on towards their position. One tap actually gets knocked. He was just pushing out of the building, wanting to get a little aggressive to try and maybe punish FTF. And as soon as he walked out of the building, Ross, he gets knocked, he gets eliminated. That's the difference that we've been seeing from, like, say, From the Future, where they didn't over-aggress. Now, they're eventually going to lose their lives here simply because of position, and there's nothing they can do about it. But one tap in VIP probably got a little over-aggressive, and they get punished for it. They only had 3 players, now down to 2. Yes, you got a good compound, got a good position, but if you move out of it too early, and there's too many players, too much action still happening around you, you're going to lose your life, you're going to get punished, and that's exactly what happened. Panic getting involved up onto the roof from this south side, really making the most of the situation they find themselves in. No one is pushing them, but they're still getting involved.
SGD's moving out of the house now as well. They have to. Zone is dictated. They've had to move towards the dirt road. They've had to put themselves in a worse spot. I am waiting for Panic to leave the confines of their compound, put themselves up on that hill, get involved, and that's exactly what's happening. They've had the opportunity to do this for many, many, many minutes now, but this is the timing that they've chosen to utilize. SGD have left that house. Pivy's up there getting aggressive.
Yep. This is turning into a real solid game for Panic. Ironically, as we had the Pivy little chat going into this game, it's paid dividends. Despite the smoke, Jo was able to get a tag onto Snox. That particular smoke dissipating also very quickly. Actually still down. Not sure if Carbs is going to be able to get over and get that revive. It's been a good game for Pindados, though. At least 6 kills into the top 4. Hachi was finished off by light work. Panic again picking up another kill. They go to 10. They're also in first place now. Snox with the knock on to Pivy. Okay, pushed up. I don't mind the push up though. Pushing up, getting space, also trying to capitalize on a team that's already getting pressured. Pivy just gets caught. I think it's the right play, just a bit unfortunate with the ending of it. But now does change this game again. Panic suddenly go from like key win condition position to Suspect making a death run to get over to Pivy. If he gets the revive, they're fine, and I think he's in a really safe position. So for Panic, well, I think they're more than still capable of closing out this game and getting the win.
Yeah, you needed 2 players up where Pivy was. There's no reason to have 2 in the compound sitting back. One person can get that kind of long-range damage done. In this case, it was light work. And they have allocated 2 resources now that they have to. Pivy has been res, so yeah, Panic still looking strong. Carbs, if he can get 1 knock, potentially a flush here onto VIP, it's Panic's game to lose. Still certainly watchable for either of these players. Fury down to 1 HP, saved by Sar. Carbs could do nothing but damage them, and now we're into our 2-on-3.
Yeah, lovely shot from Sar. I mean, that was just quick. Quick reaction.
Ready for it.
Yeah, we're very ready. I think they obviously knew Cubs in the direction he was pushing. Sorry, 3-on-2. VIP's got building, but Panic's got everything else. They've got higher ground, they've got position, they can maneuver around the building itself. I would imagine they've also got more utility, a lot more death crates as well outside. There's a little bit here for VIP, but you can see they don't have much. Fury right now has no smoke, has no frags, has no molly, one first aid kit. So really not in a good position here. The one thing they can kind of do is play the building, but that doesn't last forever. In terms of center point after phase 9, it is going to be favoring Panic. So everything is pointing to a Panic win. That's setting the tone. What can Fury, Oz, and Sard do to offset that? If they can, they're certainly going to do it from an underdog position.
They look so terrified as well. They've lost all information on Panic. I like what Lightwork is doing as well, creating his own position up north, but it's not going to matter. Furios tried to get something done. Suspect's going to push up. There's the win for Panic Esports. I thought these guys were 4 fun players, Jake. That's the vibe I got from PB, but not this game.
No, they certainly aren't full fun players. They are for real, and they are a very real threat to the PUBG Challenge Rumble. 12-kill win off the back of the 7-kill performance as well. Solid start for Erangel for a team that I think can certainly go all of the way, and I actually think they could finish first by the end of this tournament, and that's saying something with Archangel Predator in this lobby, from the Futures in this lobby, Team Bliss is in this lobby, the way that they've played the opening 2 games, the way that these guys have also played previously in earlier tournaments last year, started this year. They've got everything that says they can go the distance. Now, finishing first here, second or third, I mean, it doesn't matter too much, but ultimately finishing first would be certainly a dream. Long way to go, 16 games still to be remaining, but Panic have certainly set expectations high early on with their performance in the first 2 games.
I've also seen them in a very similar spot to that end game before. It was back probably a year and a half ago, maybe, and they completely threw it away. They were one of the most passive teams I've ever seen in an end game like that. Not this time round. It's a complete 180 for Panic, and they looked like they had real solid fundamentals. Maybe they could have pushed out earlier. Obviously, there's probably a couple micro mistakes that they're going to look back on and want to fix up. But other than that, it was incredibly solid. And off the back of that compound breach, by the way, which they only lost. Did they lose anyone on that? I can't even remember. They kept 3 up after that compound push, so incredibly solid.
Yeah, I mean, I think they lost 1 at the chopsticks, if you remember, to immunity. So
yes,
they lost 1 there. And then actually, even if you think about like how often does a team win from I mean, the fact that they were from chopsticks then to that location and that's where it all finished, again, really kind of highlighting like this is not a case of, oh, they got fed and how lucky are they? South side of the circle there towards the end. You kind of think back to that chopsticks moment with immunity. Really, that's a kind of could have gone either way moment. And I think it was Suspect, I want to say, got the double at that point, really changed the course of that round for them. So real good game from Panic across the board, start to finish on really not only just that map, but also the first 2. Erangel done now though. And of course, when we come back from the break, we move on to Tego.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yeah, very fun start to the PUBG Challenge Rumble here for Season 1 2024. Panic taking the win on Erangel. Game number 2 and a solid win, 12 kills as well. Really good repositioning throughout that game and putting themselves in first place to begin. And so far, it's all OC action, Russell, at the top end of things. You've got Panic, you've got Bliss, you've got Thrust. I think all in the top 3 at the moment, occupying the key 3 positions.
I mean, SEA hasn't looked bad, but yeah, currently the teams that definitely look like they're playing the better PUBG are OCE. Other than FTF, who we have continuously pointed out as looking pretty damn solid, just haven't been able to rack up those points quite yet. It's good to see if you've got a certain bias like us, but I'm expecting these SEA teams, these rest of SEA teams to pick it up eventually.
To be fair, I mean, I've been seeing the plaudits from the future. I think in both of the opening 2 games, they've had real solid moments of actually playing really, really well. Sometimes the nature of PUBG is you can actually play well and not get the results. Bear with me, play bad, but actually get the results. It's just PUBG in a nutshell at times. Not always going to be that case. And you definitely want to be playing well for the most part, because eventually the luck will turn. If you're playing well, such as FTF have been, and it's not like they've gotten a horrible amount of points from the opening 2 games, but clearly would have probably expected a little bit more with how good they've been going. You keep that up, eventually the tide will turn and you will get reward for effort. Panic Esports, I thought they had a really good game 1, but they only got the 7 kills. No placement points, Russell. Why? I don't know how. They actually apparently got 11 placement points, so I don't know about that. I'm pretty certain they didn't get any in that opening game. But still, they found themselves in a position early on where they had to move, but they got the kills. Didn't make it to the final 8. Second game, though, again, same thing. Move, got the kills, but this time they got a bit more fortune towards the end, towards that middle point, and eventually got the win.
Yeah, there's a certain moment in that game for Panic where they're sitting in that compound with Antic X and other teams, maybe lesser teams, or a team that's just a little bit more concerned about their placement in the game. Because remember, Panic and Antic X got fed that zone, so they could have sat there and been neighbors, but Panic were not doing, they were having none of that. They didn't want to do that. They didn't want to sit still. They went off and they dealt with Antic X, and that put them in a spot to gather so much information on the rest of the zone. They had all the freedom in the world they could possibly want. As you pointed out multiple times, there was no one anywhere near them that was going to pressure them anymore, and so they had full freedom to do what they wanted. And it's off the back of that breach. It's also off the back of them not being patient and just dealing with Antic X like they were nothing.
So we head into Tago, match number 3 of the night, getting closer to that halfway point. We will be by the end of it. A little bit of action, maybe. No. They're very much going to be parachuting away here from Zen Esports, so nothing to worry about there. As we head into Tago, though, right now, again, you kind of look at that leaderboard, who's starting well. Panic very much the clear outlier in the front-running position on 30 points. But then from there, you know, Team Bliss, Thrust, FTF, Antic X, Pindados, all pretty close to each other and all doing at least a good enough job. We do head over to Pindados, actually, as I just mentioned them, close by with SGD. And I guess this very much is hot drop territory. And I think for Pindados Esports, is this something they really need to be doing? Probably not. They've had a very good opening 2 games. It's hard to say, though, of course, who really does obviously own or claim this kind of position. But still, SGD have got higher ground right now. If Pindados want, they could very much look to vacate and move away from this, or they could also try and back themselves in, take this fight.
Well, you may as well go for a hot drop once, see how it pans out. If you win it, maybe you persuade the other team to go away for the rest of the tournament. Only a few games of Tago to be played in the remaining 16 games, but you may as well do it once. See if you can... I mean, yeah, unsure who owns this spot or whose drop spot it was to begin with. But either way, they both want it. And I think, as you were saying, if Pindados were to leave, if SGD were to leave, then that's just them giving it up. And that's the hot drop 1 in the favor of the team that remains. And so you have to be pretty stoic in a moment like that. And as we saw before we left them, they were, I don't think there was anyone making any footsteps. Might be Zhao Hux, the only one making footsteps now, and Jervis, but Pindados is all in the bottom floor, all 4 of them in that bottom floor, not making a single footstep.
Nox reload.
Which, honestly, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, SGD are probably just going to leave. If Pindados isn't going to make any steps, SGD could just vault out the windows and get out of there. Pindados are going to play this like, you know, hopefully one of them pushes downstairs and they get caught out, but I don't think SGD is going to do that. SGD, as soon as they hear Pindados go dead silent, SGD knows what's up, and so they're going to play accordingly.
All right, Carb's trying to make his way up the stairwell. He'll, I think, watching this Yeah, he is. Boy, he elbow spotted actually, and a headshot landed. Wow, really? Carbs, that is a real good shot. Quick reaction as well, spotted the elbow. What a frag grenade as well from Snox. A good PUBG right now between these two teams. Carbs, firstly with the heady, then a solid frag in response. Healer's fallen back, healing on up, pops the pills.
Maybe it's go time for Pindados. Or at least it was, off the back of that headshot, potentially, that you saw the other two players moving. But no longer. Now it's SGD who's cut all noise. Pindados are the ones being loud. Maybe because Zhao Hux has this roof angle. That's what they're banking on, potentially, to get this opening knock. But I think we are back to a stalemate. All noise has been cut on both teams, apart from a couple AD strafes from players here and there. Maybe Jo can hear Jervis. But no one wants to push up. No one wants to push down. It is a battle that we've seen time and time again in PUBG Esports. And all it takes is for one person to make a single mistake. And that will cause doom for the rest of the team.
Frag grenade in hand. Pull the pin. Crazy Knight throws that one out towards Snox. Avoids that, though, completely. Ela gets the opening kill onto Carbs. They were able to re-exchange pleasantries at the stairwell. Healer got taken low. Carbs again doing a good job from that position. Knocked. Crazy Knight has made his way over. Frag grenade again, though, is on point. So much damage has now been outlaid by SGD. That's 12k in hand for Healer, probably anticipating for Pindados to get aggressive, try and push up. M16 in this kind of fight. Close quarter combat, it's probably not the weaponry you would want, rather that S12K. K2 here for Snox as well. And SGD starting to now push the lower floor level. Lands a good tag onto Jo. Pindados are very much getting beaten up right now. Shotgun from Jervis is strong. M16 to put to good use. It actually wins out against the Mackie of Snox. So one down for SGD. But they are winning the battle overall. The war very much going in their favor. It's only Hatchie that remains for Pindados Esports with the SLR of all guns and only 20 bullets. Shotgun, though, available on his back on the sling. Zhao Hux very low and Hatchie to fall back.
He's trying to spam it out, utilize the SLR close range. If he can land a few bullets, only a couple are necessary, really. He's got 2 vests, 2 helm as well, a little bit stronger. He's opting for the AR, though, which makes total sense to me. I think eventually he had to back out of those stairs and looked for better equipment, something that he could actually utilize up close. Fully automatic K2 will probably do the job. Although he's going up against shotguns, an S12K, and a double barrel on Jervis. Lucky for Hachi, he's been gifted a little bit of time. Enough time to get to the roof. He's got a shotgun of his own now as well. Opted not to go for the SLR. It's too finicky, not reliable in these close range scenarios. 30 bullets though, again, his ammo situation remains pretty dire. But certainly, I mean, if SGD push up these stairs, then that's an opportunity for Hachi. And SGD are not going to want to push up those stairs. So now that Pindados know they've lost this battle, Hachi's going to do whatever he can to just claim a couple points. And this is how he's going to do it. Sitting up top, not making any noise, going for his 1, going for his 2. There's no reason for SGD to push up here as well. So it leaves it again in another stalemate. Although this time SGD is much better off than before.
Yeah, just trying to make the most. Zhao Hux will go down quickly. Nice shot though from Healer. I tell you what. It kind of looks easy from our perspective, Ross, but that is not an easy shot. Moving up the stairs, looking up through the skylight to hit the head immediately. So solid effort from SGD to win the battle at Terminal. Get themselves to 4 kills. They only lost the 1 player. I'll take that. I think most teams typically would in a hot drop scenario. Puts them up into the top 8 as well. 10 points. Get some very valuable points to kickstart here on Tago. Can eventually now push out as well. Circle not really playing around with that Northwest Island, so they're fine in terms of positioning.
I was convinced SGG weren't going to push up as well. I thought in a moment like that, there's too many off angles for Hachi to play and secure his 1 from. If he was playing on, you know, the east or western side of that roof, then maybe he could have actually got 1. But Healer was looking at the right spot at the right time to land the double heady with the AK. And so Hachi couldn't get anything done. Very heads up, and I'd like to see the aggression from SGD. Leave nothing to the imagination, but certainly could have resulted in them losing 1 more. Luckily enough, it didn't.
No montage reel for Monty there in terms of those shots with the mini. Archangel Predator get away safely through that bridge now, just past Palace. Making their way past Fishing. No one really on the other side of them as well to meet them at this point, so no roadblock set up. Archangel Predator, we're happy to see that. Get through pretty much unscathed outside of Nan, half health, but he'll be fine, heal on up. Mirage with the move here for Trident. Close by to them is Thrust. Have we put a bit of pressure on them now after that opening game? I mean, really all they did was kind of just set expectations. Really good opening round win. Third at the moment, 19 points. It's all about what they can achieve off the back of it. Raj in a good position, headshot landed. Dross just trying to sort of get themselves out of a tricky position here. Nox player has been, though, of course, subtracted and pulled out of that position. Bliss trying to make their way through the bridge, but as AAP got there first, of course, they've kind of set up a roadblock and a couple of shots shot into Bliss's direction. Yeah, largely, though, unscathed and have been able to kind of split up to one side, to the other.
The other thing for Bliss is Cal's also discovered that their next option going more easterly is also taken. Extraordinaire's up on that hill. Cal has relayed that to Insight. Now they have to consider what else they want to do. Probably opt to go towards Monty, rotate down south and go central from there. But it's okay to stick around for the moment. See what you can get done against AAP. See what kind of information you can gather. Maybe there's a weak point that Team Bliss can identify in AAP's hold of the compound. Who knows what Team Bliss are thinking right now. Honestly, I'm looking at the map and it's being shown here. There's so much space for them to take south, but you can see Odium is almost close to taking that space for themselves. Insight's going there now, and on this circle push, I don't think Bliss have any time to really mess around with. Insight's calling his troops. It's time to rotate south. We're going to take the soft side of the circle, but they're being, I mean, they're driving parallel with Odium. I think Insight's just ahead of them. But the rest of his team is way, way, way too far behind. This could be disastrous if Odium and Team Bliss collide.
Insight making his way down the road by himself. Odium trailing behind him. Trailing behind Odium is the rest of Bliss, as you mentioned. Then AAP. All very much similar rotational paths here. On the western side, after this circle shift down to the south, which is already inundated with so many teams. Extraordinary, Refined Clan look like they're on a collision course. VIP in the mix of all of it. From the future around, and Antic X as well. Boomies towards the south, but they've already got a couple of teams heading in their direction. 6 shots now, and along with Vin, Refined Clan, Fritzl, low. Just trying to get themselves out of a tricky situation with Antic X shooting at them. Alec pulls up, little spin, has allowed Team Bliss to go close by. Bliss very much aware. Straight to their left-hand side, they've got AAP. To the right-hand side, they've got Odium. It's a bit of Mad Max out here on Tago between those 3 teams towards the southwest of the circle. And Insight leads the race by himself. I really wish we could just show the map right now. It is literally all 3 teams side by side on the south. AAP, though, as soon as we show it, have actually split off. They've gone a bit more up north. They've elected to forego from the race down to just Bliss and Odium.
It was a no-brainer for all those 3 teams, though. They were all 3 of them were stuck in limbo when it comes to their spot in the zone. And as soon as that circle shifts all the way south, the soft side of the zone is known. Insight's on that already. He was pre-driving. He knew that he had a chance to pull off a move like that, and then he called the troops as well. AAP in a similar spot. They wanted to do the same thing, even though they saw Bliss driving in front of them, and then Odium was just kind of right place, right time. They've all opted to go soft side, and Bliss has come out much better. AAP gave it up, as you said. Odium too slow. Insight beat them to positioning, and so Team Bliss, they win that race. They win that Grand Prix all the way down south.
It is, Ross.
Oh, he's back. Yes, he woke up. Honestly, it's probably like a 7 a.m. in NA or whatever it is. He's just woken up from a long 38-year-old nap, and he's ready to play. He's ready to dominate, and it makes me happy to see.
I think people call that sleep, Russell, not a long nap.
Yes. Yeah, fair enough.
Happy moving over. Tell you what, if he keeps going, might spot How from Extraordinaire. 50 seconds till phase 3, and he does look like he's getting a little bit antsy. He does look like he might push over. He does hear the bike of How. Spray with the orb, not bad. Landed the first tag, but then the tree line probably goes against him there. Makes it difficult to see much more. Raj loses his life to Sands for Antic X on the board here with their first kill of the game. Lost one earlier, so just the 3 players for them. B2, spots blessed. He's able to just kind of turn his head down and avoid any more firefights in his direction. 13 minutes elapsed here on Tago. And so far, everyone has probably been able to find a bit of spacing here to close out phase 2. 15 seconds to go. B2 again with the leading shots there on the Zen Esports, making the rotate in south of Boksan. For us to close by into that direction as well. There is a large piece of area that is quite open on the south side. That's about it though, Russell. Everywhere else is pretty much stacked with players and teams. And it does kind of go to a little bit more of the softer side of the zone. This more eastern side, a little bit to the south. And as you can kind of mention, I just kind of said it, that south side of this circle still very much for the taking. Bliss can actually rotate into that. Refined Clan as well. Certainly very much something that could be up for grabs. And I think Zen Esports are more than happy with this phase 3 circle shift too.
I feel like whoever ends up in that compound we just saw on that southeastern side of the zone is going to be in a fantastic spot. It's on the very edge of zone, and it's hard cover with access to the hill, so you've got terrain to fight for as well. I feel like that's a fantastic spot to be in right now that's currently unclaimed. Thrust doesn't want to go anywhere near it. You mentioned Bliss potentially being able to take it. I think that's probably next step for them once they've dealt with their west, and their west is Odium. They have to deal with them first. This is Zen Esports spot. It's a hill. I mean, it's the top side of a hill on Tago, so right now they're not going to have too much information. The tree density around them and the elevation of the bowls that they have to work with isn't going to net them much. They're going to have to extend out if they want to take fights, if they want to gather some info on the teams around them, but certainly they are sitting pretty extraordinary, sending it in from the northwestern side as well. They want a piece of the bowls on top of this hill. Will they go too close to Zen Esports and knock themselves out of this game, or will they find bowls before they get to that spot? They found something. It's certainly not a bowl. It's not a dip. It's a rock, and they've got a couple cars to make a car for it, which I'm looking at it and it's looking dodgy, but they seem confident in it. They seem to know what they're doing. I just worry about their back because they've got that massive hill that they have to play on top of, and it's so easy for them to get a couple people knocked on top of this hill and then it just crumbles from there. So hopefully they can pull this together and hopefully all the stars align.
Yeah, slow start to the phase. Teams, though, now starting to get moving. AAP in vehicles, SGD, Odium, all now on the move. Murayama here for Extraordinaire. Of course, have got themselves a 4-stack. All of them happy to hold this location. A couple of teams to their north and very much could get pushed on. Trident, SGD, Anti-Gex all close by. Panic. All wiped out. Nothing from them this game. 0 points. Tago not to be. Can't find the success here as they were able to achieve on Erangel. Leaves them a little bit vulnerable. 30 points, but obviously nothing to gain here means the likes of Bliss, Thrust, FTF can, of course, catch up to Panicked out. Murayama. And I will say, all these games matter so much. You can't just have 2 games of Erangel and then kind of call it quits for the night. So, unfortunate for Panic. Certainly not what they would have liked in terms of maybe keeping that momentum going into Tago and Vikendi. Instead, it just kind of falters a little bit. Quiet though for phase 3. 20 seconds until phase 4. E2 finds Jervis. Doesn't get the knock. Frag grenade thrown, but into the vehicle he goes, sensing danger. Evacuates from that position. Shao-Huck's real difficult spot, pushing up a hill. Never going to be able to win that fight. And eventually, E2 does get the knock onto him. SGD continue to feel the pressure, to feel that pinch, the burden here. After, of course, that initial hot drop fight, they lost one. You push out late. You don't have the best of utility. And now trying to take these fights, you're very much on the back foot. Next circle shift for phase 4 over towards Archangel Predator. They find themselves in a great position here. Lots of action though. SGD, Zen Esports, Extraordinaire around it. Same with Immunity. So a lot of teams all fighting each other, and eventually Sweet Soul with the knock onto Nicel. Textile 2 follows up. Zen Esports suddenly lose 2 players in quick succession. So from 4-2 and an ever compounding Immunity and SGD that could look to try and finish off the rest of the job. Bliss now continue to take the fight with Odium, also getting shot at from the future.
What a fantastic spot for Immunity. They came in last, which means they get full dibs on all of the fights happening in front of them. There's no pressure for them behind them. They've cleared their back. They've done their due diligence, and now they can look forward and capitalize on SGD versus Zen and whatever fights come their way next. A couple kills to their name. They probably want more, but to be fair, neither SGD nor Zen is wiped out just yet. So Team Immunity still with work to do, and there's another one from B2. Perfectly played from Immunity, whether intentional or not. They let everyone else get in front of them. Everyone else started fighting, and Immunity easily capitalized. Antic-X are doing the same as so many other teams in this lobby right now, sending it straight into the center, hoping to find some low ground, a tree, a rock, anything to park their car behind, but they haven't gone deep enough. They landed themselves on the edge of the hill, and Trick takes both of them. So for Antic-X, The consistency just isn't there over these first few games. Immunity, though, 4 up on the edge. The only caveat to that is Healer is still alive, and they don't know where he is.
Well, there goes Maven extraordinaire, Archangel Predator, the benefactors of that one. 4 kills for them, and they absolutely needed a good game here on Tago. Only had the 5 points gained from Erangel. Invis knocked by the native Tazzy for VIP. So Odium had very much been under the pump this entire game. Invis can't crawl fast enough to get over to the disher. Not even sure if he was going to be able to get that revive anyway. So much pressure in his position. 2 kills for VIP. Getting themselves some valuable points here on Tago. On the move, it's only the solo. Should be able to get the job done here.
Oh my
Just
God.
the easy run over from Sar. Easy as you like for VIP. They make short work of Odium. 3 kills and a decent little position as well on that western side, Russ. I don't mind it for VIP. Not many teams around them. Little bold, they got vehicles. Although, as soon as you look up in the POV of Sar, it does kind of show it is very vulnerable, despite the fact there's no teams close by to them.
Yeah, the walls of that pole don't really go that high. It's incredibly risky. Very nice spray from Insight. He's looking to get another one as well. The sprays continue to be great, and Insight gets 2. RFC sat in their place. Cal will follow it up with a flush of his own, and Team Bliss, no point getting over aggressive. They've already claimed the advantage over RFC. They've got too much positioning to throw it all away for a couple kills that are eventually going to go their way anyway. So fantastically played from Insight, fantastically followed up on from Cal. Akita remains stoic on that eastern side, watching for any wraps as well. So far, so good from Bliss. Da Vinci, the last one up for a fine client. And yeah, what more can you do when you lose a couple of your teammates, but just sit there prone, hoping for the best. VIP still sat in that bowl, not dead yet. And honestly, the attention has kind of turned away from them, as now the hill becomes the priority. Thrust, they've been here for quite some time, and only now are they starting to claim kills. That's 2 so far. Zen Esports, they try to survive. They try to be snakes on this hill in any spot that they can possibly be, but they keep getting picked apart one by one. Teams coming from all different directions, not really giving Zen any room to work with. And Thrust will now claim the space they previously had and move their way up towards Immunity, who, mind you, might get into a fight with Thrust and third party.
1.5 minutes, easy one for Rems. Does get some damage on CJ, close, but no cigar. Alec was close by immediately too for the swift response. A little 4-way setup for AAP. And now obviously turning their attention towards Immunity. Boomies though, Fluky, he gets a knock on a Textile. Didn't really overextend. He was close by to the rest of his team. Fortunately, is the nature of these kind of hill plays of Tago. Flick losing his life to Algenbot's hit. Headshot was on point from Algenbot's. Sweet Soul knocked by Sigs. It's kind of a 3-way battle at the moment towards that northeastern side. Thrust, AAP, and Immunity. Technically 4-way if you include Boomies, who are getting involved as well. And actually are looking to kind of push closer towards Immunity, kind of look closer towards AAP as well. They are getting aggressive. Even though they've left Speedy at the compound, it is only the 3 of them. So that's a very aggressive play right now from Boomies. They haven't pushed over all the way. B2 is going to get flushed out by Maxoris. So a couple of valuable points here for Thrust being picked up. After, of course, they won the opening game of Erangel. Into the top 8 now. But it is all towards this eastern side of the circle. Western side's quite quiet. And has Bliss and VIP, that's it. Everyone else fighting over towards this quadrant of the map.
Yeah, it's a classic company man 1-3 for Boomies. AAP in the middle of it all. You kind of feel bad for Immunity as well. They looked so good when they had all the opportunities to third party and deal damage to the teams in front of them, but now they've ended up in a very similar situation to those teams that I just spoke about. They're now being pincered completely by Thrust, by AAP. Thrust in a rough spot though. Only 1 man up for Immunity, but he's certainly in a spot to pressure Thrust. The blue now on Thrust's back. Weren't able to get inside. Rems has been dealt with, though, by Fluky. This might give a little bit of a reprieve to Thrust, but Flick's already lost his life. AAP still very much in the picture as well. Thrust still stuck in the blue, though. Maybe an earlier move would have netted them more time, but that's not what happened. Maybe the other teams around them will stop paying attention to them as they move in. They have been able to escape the blue. And so now they're probably just going to prone and hope that no one looks their way. Hope that AAP and Boomies start to get involved with each other, that FTF also start to get involved, but that's not what's going to happen. AAP, it's actually Trick from afar that knocks Sigs, but AAP certainly getting involved with Boomies. Company man has to do a good job defending here. Algenbots is going to back off.
Yeah, Speedy just copped a massive headshot at the back as well, so as the anchor, he can't really get involved and help out. Fluky's going to do it all. Great spray with the barrel. just barely staying alive is Blessed D, 6 HP, still up, but only bandages. It's never a good feeling when you bandage behind a tree. It's slow.
Sucks.
It's not really the health points that you want. And one misstep and you lose your life. Well played from Fluky. Boomies get rid of Thrust. Yeah, they picked up some points, but Boomies picking up even more here on Tago and getting themselves up that leaderboard into the top 8 now.
AAP stuck, to be honest with you. Boomies on the north, FTF on the south. I mean, Algenbots is prone at a rock. That kind of tells you all you really need to know about that situation. VIP, though, trying to escape that bowl that was never really ideal to begin with, but Bliss is there. SAR's down. Insight was traded, I believe, or one of those Team Bliss players was traded out, but the res will certainly come in. VIP, one man alive. It's just Fury. He's going to try to get out of there in the car. Cow's ready for it, but Fury's escaped through the tree line and escaped Team Bliss's line of sight. FTF, they've turned their attention around, or at least Akita got close to them. One of the two. Happy's taken him out. Furioz moved into the line of sight of a different team. Speedy's done it. 8 kills now for Boomies.
Furios's departure down to the final 4 teams now. And every one of these teams has actually had a fair amount of kills. 6 for Bliss, 6 for FTF, 8 for Boomies, 6 for AAP.
Yeah.
So it's not a case of, you know, one of these teams kind of getting in by playing a bit of snaky or getting a compound feed. No compounds have really been in play for some time now. It really does feel like a proper Tago game. Massive heal, lots of trees, lots of sight lines here. Rocks to play behind becomes so valuable, as evidenced here by Company Man playing behind that one. And suddenly the entire action has just naturally gravitated over towards this eastern side because of the terrain. Headshot from Nan, sits down Fluky, just wanted to peek over, find a bit of information. Can AAP get aggressive off that? Probably the answer is no. If they over-aggress, then FTF probably gets some sight lines. So there's not much you can do on it. Never mind, they are actually just going to go for it. They do push up closer. Company Man, I tell you what, smart that he peeked over before going for the initial revive. Got a bit more information. AAP not going for the full push. Speedy playing from behind would not be able to stop them anyway. But Archangel Predator don't overcommit. They don't get to the top of that hill. And Algenbots, though, spots Insight. Before he can do anything about it, Insight will sit him down. Big knock from Bliss. And AAP lose a bit of that power play.
It's heads up twice from Company Man, and they're actually going to capitalize on it too. AAP, they've been stuck this whole time. An opportunity now for Boomies to get involved. Boomies were hoping FTF were here, and they certainly are here. Trick dealing damage. He doesn't really care who he's going to aim at. Speedy eventually falls behind the rock. I mean, Trick is the only one really looking towards this fight. But as we mentioned, good pressure from Company Man to stop AAP from pushing. It really put them in 2 states of mind. It put them in a spot where they didn't really know what they wanted to do. They lost one to a knock from afar. They had to go for that res. It really put AAP's plan into disarray. They thought maybe they had an opportunity off the back of that knock, but that was not the case. Company Man heads up, pressure. And Trick as well. I mean, look, yeah, you said it. AAP know that FTF's behind them. I just don't think they know that it's only really one man right now, and maybe 1 or 2 more on an off angle, but certainly something they could have got done. Company Man still in the picture as well. 1 onto Akita. Team Bliss, one of the teams that was looking strong in this game, had a 6th spot. Company Man's ready for it.
9 kills for Boomies from 2 players, though. 5 for Speedy, 4 for Fluky. Bliss tried to push up, get themselves a bit more of a front contact position closer up the hill. Rather than wrapping in behind, they elected to go more towards central. Company Man may be feeling he can capitalize. This is such an aggressive push from Company Man and might get punished here if anyone else peeks over. I tell you what, he very much went for it. Did have a little bit of help, though. The rest of Boomies were close behind him. Bliss, though, able to ward them off. Don't forget, there is still 4 teams. It is the 2-man AAP at the top. But CJ says, yeah, don't forget. Big knock. Samoy actually started pushing over to Bliss, thinking that it was safe to push down the hill. And then actually Boomies have now rotated back in. You can see on the minimap, they're right behind Archangel Predator. It is a full 4-way action fight to close this one out. Everyone versus everyone. Nam with a knock onto Fluky, so they're very much ready for that push behind from Boomies. Back at the initial rock that we saw earlier from Company Man, who is going for another push back down. Insight gets close, though. He's not going to be aware of the fact that Company Man has already made it down to the rock. And we saw the timing. How close was that timing, Russell? He gets there unseen.
Intuition, though, on Team Bliss. Insight smart enough, experienced enough to know that Company Man would be using this rock as a fantastic spot to defend. And nades come out as you would expect them to. Team Bliss too smart for that. Can't catch these guys off guard right now. That knock really cost Boomies. As soon as that knock came into the kill feed, Insight was immediately on that push, not letting any opportunity slip his team by. And Cal's on defense duty for FTF. Happy with the 15x. Disgusting scope. Not a good one to use, but if you zoom it all the way out, it's definitely viable. Cal might be the target of it, but he's got that P90, that OP weapon that does so much damage in endgames like this, but he's being limited by Boomies, limited by AAP, limited by FTF. As you said, four-way fight, finally maybe we're going to see some progress being made because Insight's got two.
Yeah, big double kill there from Insight to just kind of open things up in favor of Team Bliss. Happy knocked down close by. Now just kind of leaving Trick on an island as the solo full from the future on the edge of the circle. Not really in a good position to make much happen from here. Smoke's obscuring the vision and helping out Team Bliss considering they're on the lower side of this hill. CJ spotted, but yeah, Trick's the solo. What can he really do? He needs the others to now just really take each other apart. And with that, he at least doesn't go out. Boomies, unfortunately, they go out in fourth. Bliss starting to just sweep up. This is what we expect from Team Bliss. This competition in these matches where they could just dominate. A Trick sees an opening to get involved. Needed to find a knock onto Monty. Unsuccessful from the rock. You don't get that many chances. And so unfortunately, that one is squandered by Trick as the solo. AAP as the solo as well, trying to maybe just hold on for second, but Bliss more so pushing over to Nan's location. He has to take the fight. Full flash behind the rock. Monty gets the bleed out kill onto CJ. Trick's very fortunate that Bliss are far more concerned about Nan than him, and it seems as if Nan will go out. It will be third place for Archangel Predator.
No more. It's a formality now. And Trick's going to do the same as Anti-Gex in game one. Give it up to the blue. And Team Bliss, he denies the point. Team Bliss get the win. And that's, I mean, that's a pretty big buffer between them and second, who was panicked with their own buffer previously, but no more.
Yeah, massive win for Bliss. Third game in a row that an Oceanic team has come away with a chicken dinner as well to begin PUBG Challenger Rumble. But the conversation, Russell, we kind of said pre-game was all about those teams. Well, FTF having a big game, AAP having a big game, both of those two now in the top 5, and suddenly looking like real solid representation here for this particular tournament. Those outside of OC, for example, those look like the two best teams to be able to get into that top 3, one of which of now, of course, is in there. So not just all about these OC teams. Yes, they fill out a lot of the lobby, but FTF, AAP, real solid games there. Bliss, though, really flexing their muscles.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back and you look, if you just look on the map stream and you look at Team Bliss's movements throughout that game, you're certainly going to be impressed. It was them dealing with pressure upon pressure. It was them allocating the correct amount of resources to every single fight that they took. And then even if you look at it from a spectator's point of view in the micro of the entire game, they definitely had some fantastic plays from the players involved. Insight, an absolute highlight from that game, 5 kills, but he definitely could have even, it felt like he was getting more. Certainly an IGL that can definitely frag out, not one that you peg to frag out all the time, but when he's put in opportunities, he's often the one to capitalize. So it's fantastic to see Bliss in form like this, playing this well in a lobby where, I mean, look, in an end game, where they're up against some of the top teams in the lobby. Look, it just probably spells disaster for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, really good start to the night here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. 3 matches in, 3 to go. So with Tego now done, of course, Vikendi to follow afterwards. Short break. When we come back, though, of course, we continue for the second half of the night.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Three games in, it's an all-O's love affair in terms of chicken dinners, thrust into panic, into bliss, as we are now halfway through the opening night of PUBG Challenger Rumble. Again, it's only 3 nights, Russell. You're going to get so many games and so many opportunities. Although, of course, outside of O's, a couple of teams now starting to make a bit of headway from the future. Archangel Predator, much better from those two teams, offering up a little bit of that diversity representation from other regions here for PCR, which is good to see. But right now, it does kind of feel like Bliss, Panic, they're off to the start that we expected from those teams. Albeit, of course, with Panic on Tago, really dropped the ball, got nothing from it. The first 2 games on Erangel, they got credits in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I had lower expectations for Panic going into this. I think that in OST, they've been looking a little weaker than previously. And then to hear what Pivi has to say about the teams, I mean, I guess desires going into the more playing for fun, just wanting to enjoy the game. My expectations were definitely set lower, but to see them up there is definitely exciting, and I'm not going to complain about it. But yeah, Bliss, I mean, look, not indomitable right now, but that last game was certainly a display of what they can bring to the table.
Yep. Yeah, Bliss obviously really dominant in that last match. I think you said it perfectly, Russ, in terms of what they can do. They just showed us well and truly, and that's what we expect probably from this roster. Very much coming into this tournament, you kind of look at on paper and you think, yeah, this is the team that should arguably finish first. We kind of said it in the pre-show discussion when we had the head-to-head graphic, and for Team Bliss, it really much comes down to first or bust. I mean, second or third still fine as a fallback. You qualify into the APAC qualifiers, but I think for Bliss, it very much should be dominate this lobby, and then we see how things go in the next event. For Kendi to come, though, for map number 4, heading into the second half of the night now as we get straight into the plane path. Perfectly timed. It is on the south side over Deca Mesto, and teams will have to make their way out north for those that do loot up there. But otherwise, 41 points for Bliss, a little bit of a gap to Panic, 11 points the difference, and then there's still that little logjam between Panic, FTF, Thrust, AAP, VIP, Boomies, Antics. It's all kind of like one or couple of points separating those teams respectively, Ross. So early days, but it does kind of show that for teams all the way even down at the bottom, it is indeed only early days. Get going here, back half of the opening night, Vikendi into Miramar, and you can end the night on a good note.
Yeah, well, we can say that from, I don't know, you want to say, you just give an arbitrary number from 8 downwards all the way to 16th. A good game now, and you're absolutely right. It'll put you up in contention for top 3, but only a few of those teams can realistically have those good games. And unfortunately for the other teams, they'll be left in the dust. Thrust, that's 6 points for them in 2 games since their game 1. Killaroo, Antics, certainly. Rems gets away with it, though, and he'll back off to the rest of his team. He'll loot up. Panic and Thrust getting into a little bit of a hot drop scenario. Maybe not as hot as a traditional hot drop. They're on either side of the road, but definitely not what either of these teams want. They don't want to be stuck, bogged down in a 4v4 fight in the city at the very start of the game, especially one that's outside of the zone. Minimum, you kind of want to be inside that zone, although they don't really have a choice in the matter. Now it's just a matter of time whether these guys kind of disengage from each other or they choose to fight. Team that is choosing to fight, VIP. 1 down on 2Crazy9.
Yeah, been amongst it so far, VIP. Up into the top 5 with that 1 kill as they're tied with now Archangel Predator, but we've been seeing some good things from them. I mean, a roster that's been, you know, arguably together for such a long time now, and clearly some talented players. This does kind of feel like, you know, they, along with Thrust, probably really 2 good teams to look at from the Oceanic region that have been just going and going and grinding and grinding. And it's all about, can they get their due reward? Well, right now, 4 and 5 respectively to begin this tournament. It's all about capitalizing on a decent start, bringing that momentum forward to the second half of tonight and then into the weekend, obviously Saturday and Sunday. Only a 3-day tournament, so a lot on the line for just 3 days of action. Obviously, by the end of tonight, you're already a third of the way through, so you need to get all of your games counting and mattering. Can't have that many donuts. We saw Panic with the donut on Tago. You can't back that up. Suddenly you go from... Yeah, they were like 10 plus clear after 2 games and then already mapped back into second. Couple points, you know, close behind them is a couple of other teams. It really does go to show you have that donut. It really does then offset a lot of the damage that you were able to do earlier. Thrust.
Really hurts.
Been good. Liked what I've seen from them. Been praising 25 points, just 2 off of the top 3. And some really talented players on this roster that I think are primed to be able to go that 1 step further. Close by to Panic at the moment, actually, on the south side, not inside of the circle, so they are going to have to loot and move. Probably not wanting to be finding Panic early on.
They boxed themselves in, unfortunately, as well for Thrust. They've let Pivi go to the south side, get information on Thrust's moves. Not sure if he's actually got information as of yet, though. There is one of those Thrust players in SIGs that's moved out of the city and into the fields. And I don't know if Pivi's seen him. I don't know if Pivi's caught him as he's made that rotate. But Thrust definitely in a worse spot at the moment than Panic. Although, to be honest with you, I guess kind of both of these teams are not really getting themselves involved. It seems like there's only 2 players, one on each of these teams, that are doing anything to make headway in this 4v4. And that's those 2 players on the south who are getting much closer to colliding. Pivy has gone much, much wider than Sigs has, though. This rotate from Pivy tells me one of 2 things. He's either backing off to his team and Panic's going to get out of here, or he knows exactly where Sigs is. He's seen Sigs and he's waiting for his moment. Sigs, meanwhile, very attentive to the top of that hill. Has he seen or heard Pivy? I have no idea what's going on between these 2, but I think Sigs is definitely the more alert of the 2. Pivy might not have any idea Sigs is this close.
Yeah, this would be awful for Thruss.
Or fantastic for them.
Or fantastic. I mean, I guess it depends on the way you kind of look at it. It also mainly just depends on the result of it. Pivy's going to fall off of this. In fairness for Panic, probably not the kind of play you need to make this early on.
Nah.
You can very much just get yourself out of this position. Certainly go focus a little bit on finding some good real estate inside of the circle. On the snowmobile goes VIP. They don't have to go too much further, though. Already pretty deep, close towards the center point of this phase 1 circle. So it's all about just finding a safe spot, hold on up. A Panic on foot. They really have no vehicles.
That's what happens when you hot drop. No emergency parachute, get unlucky finding one of those, and you end up on foot. Got to search for cars elsewhere.
There's the road close by. Should find a couple there. Couple of crates actually dropping for Zen Esports.
I mean, for Panic, you find cars on that road, and then you got to rotate into Bliss, who hasn't rotated just yet.
And
they're just getting started. Yeah, and that. How? Going for the tires, which I respect, absolutely necessary, but the bullets won't land, and AAP will now deviate from Extraordinaire and take a much safer rotation into the zone. Opportunity missed, but it was a hard opportunity to capitalize on. And yeah, Panic have continued to run away, get away from that hot drop. They don't want anything to do with it. To be fair to them, they're in the spot to get ahead of Thrust. They're not, you know, if you're Thrust, you're thinking, okay, Panic has the opportunity to get ahead of us. We're going to play accordingly. But Panic certainly can get ahead of them and stop Thrust from rotating in much later down the line. And that's kind of what I think they're doing at the moment.
So Extraordinaire, close by to Archangel Predator, up north, coming in now towards the circle. Bumpy ride in Vikendi. And Esports currently 10th at the moment, 14 points from the opening 3 games. Have found themselves certainly involved in a lot of these mid-game fights, but typically coming off second best. Seen some decent things from E2 and Nicel. Kansas had some moments. Team from the Philippines. Up to their north is Trident from the future. Auckland had a great start back on Erangel. FTF have certainly looked very lively in the opening 3 games. Keep singing their praises. How are they going to go on Vikendi? We're about to see as they get close to Odium and look to try and crash this compound. Now, Big Boy Mac is not ready for this, Russell. 10 HP, needs to pop the first aid kit. Fortunately, though, no one actually crash landing on his exact location. At the back end of that warehouse, he can get the heal off. Reluctance with the initial tag onto Happy. That is exactly what Odium needed. It's a bit of a soft breach from FTF. It's not that hard. No frags, no mollies. Finally, just now, a molly into the window of Invis, but he had already gotten the knock on the Happy. And so, really, it's Odium that got off to the best start here.
Happy going down confuses me. I feel like they should have known that Invis was in that garage there. Happy exposes himself. I feel like they had info. There was a player that could have heard the footsteps of Invis inside that place. And then Happy most likely wouldn't have exposed himself. It was Simoy who would have been able to give that information across. So Happy loses his life for it. Going for that nade. Trying to open it up. Mechanically swift, though, from Trick behind the car. Stuck in the blue zone grenade. So far, it's a fantastic defense from Odium, and they need it. Down in 15th with 4 points. They are doing everything correct right now. They haven't lost a single member. Even though Maka was not ready for the initial breach, he was down to 10 HP and caught healing. They haven't lost a single member since then.
Yeah, I agree. I think they played this really well. Really impressed from Odium. Nice shot from Simoy. Quick headshot. But again, not really in a position to follow up on it. 1 HP.
Time to get out.
Maka, yeah, trying to get out and see if he can maybe get away. Simoy actually does make his way out. I will say, to play devil's advocate, one of the probably more difficult compounds to crash because of that real long fence line, then massive warehouse, means you don't have the sight lines that you probably want. But as you said, inside of that garage, I think they probably needed to be more aware of that long angle sight on the back of the warehouse. They didn't really do anything to stop it. They get punished. They lose one early. Well played from Odium on the front foot. Real good shots, good utility usage, and they win that battle. 2 still up, though, for FTF, and a team that's been playing really well. They've been playing great PUBG all night. That, to me, though, was the first time they certainly looked a little bit outclassed.
Yep, I agree. In the first few games, we've seen FTF have solid fundamentals, at least show that they are a presence in every game, that they're a threat in every game. They just haven't converted to too many points. That said, they are in third, but the eye test would tell us that they probably deserve a little bit more. Not this game, though. Certainly not this game. Miscoms or, you know, a lack of information, whatever happened there, certainly Happy shouldn't have gone down. Invis given a free opportunity to open that up for Odium, and then there was no crumbling for Odium after that. You can see a world in which they allow FTF to get in on either side of that compound, but they were stoic, and they don't let it escape them. Trident with a nice 2-2 split in the center of the zone. Same with RFC. Sat there on very different sides of the circle, to be honest with you, but they'll pull it off all they like. Pindado's grouping up, Panic taking emergency parachute, Bliss with basically an entire quadrant to themselves, and everyone else scrambling to try get into the zone.
Gonna take a 6 shots to land something there from that distance over to Castle. The drop down now from Panic on the rotate, and the emergency parachute has been successful. Full stack, 6 shots. Well, he's got a couple to aim at, but he is now playing from a low ground position. Very easy for him to get pressed upon from the high ground. Pivy, probably not aware that 6 shot has already rotated out. Fighting Clan bottom of the table, the 1 point. 6 shots has been able to at least kind of get himself out of that very dangerous locale. Panic Esports all playing off of each other, real smart. No one just kind of running around, spreading out as solos. It's all 4 stack. Good reason for it. If someone's around a corner and gets a knockdown, it's very easy to then get that trade. Then they don't get the flush. So I think Panic have actually played this rotate real well in terms of the rotate itself plus the landing.
RFC are grouping as well. The problem with this 2-2 split initially was that it was so hard for either 2-2 to group with the other. But they're trying to pull it off. Coming from the north are the 2 other members of RFC. But yeah, Panic are playing this exactly how you want to see them playing it. Group up, don't let a trade escape you. Make sure that you finish off the players that have been here for a couple minutes. But it's taken Panic a little bit too long. I can't blame them. The twisty-turvy hallways of Castle can be daunting to push through, but it has allowed Refined Clan to group up all 4 here now. For Refined and for Panic. They have the option to remain as neighbors, but I don't think Panic's going to want to let that happen. Neither are RFC. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of a biff exchange between them for the next few minutes or so. Yeah, he is. And his team's abandoning him, it seems like.
I mean, he's kind of just stuck at the rock, but I think he can make a run for it. And you can see the little duck and weave, side to side. No shots came through from Orcarin or Samoy. So I guess trouble averted, but at any time you're kind of running back and you're doing the little sideways hustles, it's always a bit of a heart and mouth run. Fortunately for one tap though, there was no real pressure. 50 seconds until phase 3. Elgin bots on the move for AAP, close by to team immunity. Gone a little bit quiet since the opening games of Erangel. Didn't see too much of them on Taker. They haven't quite got the points to back up the night thus far. Textile already knocked down as well. He's going to get run over. And they already lost Sweet Soul to Jervis, so 2 gold now for Team Immunity, 2 remain. Rems and B2. Can they salvage anything from this game? Going to be a difficult position to do so. North side of the circle, long distance to traverse. If this goes south and away from them, already so many teams around their location. Hard to really see Immunity being able to get the points required from this game of Vikendi. They're going to have to turn things around on Miramar. There's 2 games of Miramar after this. It's SGD on the move. We go into phase 3. Circle 3's coming our way. A lot of emphasis towards the center point, and they'll be pretty content with this over the Frozen Lake Castle. North side as well still has a little bit of hilly terrain. There is a compound as well in the middle of the circle, completely vacated, but it is kind of like what I don't even know. It's not even really a bowl. There's lots of hills that can look down into that, so it's not really a safe compound. Not something you can then push out of if you get in there. You kind of just sit inside and you don't do anything.
Not until later games, certainly not. But it's hard cover. It's hard cover in the center of the zone. It's probably something that's going to guarantee you placement points. And there's a few teams up north that can lay claim to it. Extraordinaire, Odium, maybe even AAP if they get creative. I would say that's a pretty ideal compound right now. Unless you're a team in a really solid spot on edge that you know you can defend from and that you know you have solid lines into the next zone from, I think that compound is looking pretty damn juicy. Team Bliss, they haven't been fed at all. Cal's got a compound to himself, but it's on edge. They're going to do their best to get kills on rotators. Thrust is probably their first target. Looking at Max Zorus. This is Thrust wanting to find a spot they can utilize as a leapfrog spot. This is them just in on the edge. Not a spot they want to have in the long term, but it's, again, a similar situation to what we saw on Tago with VIP. The walls of that bowl don't really extend that high, and so I think Team Bliss is going to have free reign over at least the tops of those cars, potentially can damage them. Maybe they can get eyes on the tires and make it incredibly difficult for Thrust to get out of there. Monty, more occupied with crates. MG3, full 3 gear, backed up by the SLR as well. So he's loving life right now, and no better player to have it on than Monty.
Well, CJ get caught earlier on the rotate against the Extraordinaire, ended up driving straight into them. In a rough return for him individually. AAP, though, still 3 up. Kai losing his life to Big Boy Maka. Modia making the most of what's been a full-on game for them so far. Lots of moving and shaking for them, and another knockdown from Maka, putting the bolt into good use with a headshot on to Calories. There's a distance as well when I look at the map stream. Pretty solid distance, and nice tags from Alec onto Depro inside of the blue. Obviously, it is only phase 3, so he's got more than enough meds, you would imagine, to be able to survive this, but he's back on the move. Suddenly, an opportunity presents itself for Alec to maybe find this knock and kill. Doesn't eventuate initially, but eventually he does find one on Tamurayama. So, same team, different player. Frag grenades exchanged between both. Nan up close, throws that one out into the middle of nowhere. Don't think that's going to be bouncing the way of Depro. No, it doesn't. Falls short of the mark. Molotov also thrown out with really little to no information. Kind of just blind throwing over the ridge. There's How just kind of just sitting, trying to heal up. Half health at the moment. Depro's still at the back. I would imagine he just doesn't have the medical supplies to get himself back up. There goes Immunity. Rems and B2 losing out to Shao Hux and Jervis of SGD. As they now actually drop into the bottom 5. It's been rough for Immunity through the first 4 maps. Archangel Predator really expending a lot of utility to try and deal with Depro and How.
I feel like Extraordinaire might have had an opportunity here to push up onto AAP while they were focused on Depro as he rotated in. Or while AAP was focused on Depro, but they didn't do that. And so now they're taking the fight full frontal and losing it very much so. Couple players for Boomies, caught out by a nice spray from Hachi. It's only 2 up from Pindado, so these kills are valuable for them. Flash onto the stairs as well, but a flash back, trading the blindness. Hachi not as blind off as the person on the stairs, and that's going to net in the kill. Chalya had no idea where he was going, fully blind, rammed his head into the wall. Hachi will happily take that. He's been fantastic so far on this defense.
Map, circle on the map over towards the eastern side. And she should be able to get revived. That nade down to the
It looks good.
lower end of the staircase. Suspect and Dusky, though, have bet their match at 6 shots. Catches them at the main entrance. The Molotov doesn't really do a whole lot. Does kind of deny the push forward. But it's kind of damage done from 6 shots. And honestly, Refined Clan need to try and push off of this. They lost him, but where's the trade? Where's the follow? He did his job. He got the double knock. Panicker in disarray. Yeah. But the rest of RFC need to push forward and try and compound on those knocks.
He was playing the linchpin spot. They had no idea he was on the outside of the compound, and he does better than his job. His job there is to get 1 and survive, delay panic, but he gets 2. Unfortunately, he gets traded, but that is definitely job done. Prime opportunity for Refined Clan to take this victory here. A fight that has been going on probably about 4 or 5 minutes now. Ever since they all grouped up in this compound. They remained neighbors, very unhappy with each other. Pivy with an opportunity to leave. RFC will leave out the northern side of Castle. PV down on the road, incredibly exposed. He has a garage that he can get to, but is he going to have to turn around and look at RFC? He is. That's one. It might actually be safety for him if he gets inside. He has. The windows are incredibly exposed, though. 3 HP.
Wait,
if he survives any more than this.
He gets this off. He's going to peek. He might get another kill through the window. Fritzel's pushed up into the doorway through the blue, and he does eventually overwhelm Pivy. He had another player to look at pushing down, which was Da Vinci's, who eventually falls to the blue anyway. Lightwork's still alive. Can he deal with Vin? Good tag. Gets the knock. Fritzel, though. And Refine Clan deal with Panic Esports. It all goes back to 6 shots who got the double initially. That set off a chain reaction. Pivy with such a nice kill on the road, but all for naught for Panic. Just the 3 kills this game. It's still points ticking over, but they certainly won't be happy with the way that concluded. Fritzel eventually goes down. Refine Clan eventually go out and still in last place, and it's another Eastern shift for this circle. Over to Trident we go. Bliss on the south side with a premier compound.
Bliss in heaven right now. Bliss in heaven, and they've spread out as well. 2-2, trying to control as much as they can. Doing a fantastic job so far. Pressuring towards Pindados as well, forcing them back into the line of sights of VIP. And Pindados fall. Nice shots from VIP. Saw with both of those. Opportunity capitalized on. That's positioning as well. VIP just move up 1 spot in the zone. Take what Pindados had, and their game continues from then on. Deprot. Shot underneath a car again. It feels like he's had to rotate in, and every time it hasn't really been clean. It's not been fun for him right now. He's in survival mode. He just wants to take a 1v1, just have a fun gunfight, but he's not been allowed right now. And I don't think he's going to get an opportunity. AAP is extending themselves outward, looking for an off angle to finally take him out. VIP and Thrust very close by. Bliss potentially licking their lips.
Yeah, I mean, for Depro as well, it's not a flashy game. It's not like a high kill game, but it's kind of the defensive capabilities of the player that's really on display. Being able to survive, move, being able to also not really have the utility you would like. We saw earlier, didn't have quite the heals. The Elgin bots, wow, what a turnaround seat swap. That was clean. Deprot now as well has to be better.
Oh my
God. Elgin bots, that is disgusting with the double kill.
He gets both?
Just as I was trying to praise Deprot for his defensive capabilities, this match eventually undone with a super aggressive play from Elgin bots. Alec got knocked down. Thrust getting involved against VIP. Bliss have actually moved into the compound, not wanting to get involved in these exchanges outside of the circle. 1:12 until phase 6, and as soon as you push over, 1 tap with the 1 tap. Thrust eliminated, and that great start in map 1, Russell. It's really not quite been able to be followed on here for Thrust in the next 3 games after. Slipping a little bit on the leaderboard now.
Has our question of consistency been answered? Maybe it's a bit too early to tell, but early signs that Thrust aren't going to be able to keep up. Unfortunate for a team with the caliber to do so. Algin bots right next to a blue zone grenade. Stuck inside another bowl. AAP limited again, except this time it's only 1 up. Not many opportunities for Algin bots to fight back. In the coming few seconds, really, Zen Esports and SGD are getting ever closer to peeking over into that bowl. A couple pieces of utility left to extinguish on Algin bots, and then I think he's absolutely dead. SGD have 1 angle and Zen have the other. Odium behind Zen, though. This is just the disher for the moment. It was the only one on Odium, and he goes down very easily. Zen dealing with him like it's a formality, although traded out by Synox. SGD absolutely remaining on top of at least the northern side at the moment. Zen seem to be struggling to figure out what they could do. Trident sitting here, sitting pretty at the moment. But not much information that they can gather. It looks like the hills are too high around them for them to shoot at much other than, I suppose, what's happening down on the south. Team Bliss out of zone. I'm not even sure what they're going to play. Looks like they've got a couple road ridges potentially. They can car foot up towards those crates that have landed or something like that. Boomies as well. Didn't even realize Speedy was here. SGD, I said they were looking good, but Speedy could be the thorn in their side.
9 kills. I mean, yeah, they have been looking good. Just a matter of how much longer can they continue to look good. Down to the final 8, so placement points up for grabs. Oh, Tazzy just got completely lit up. Yeah, Org from Jervis on point. You can just see in the distance his health bar just got shredded. So there's 10 double-digit kills now for SGD. Algin bots gets involved though for AAP as the solo and picks up a very handy point. Gets rid of Shao Huts, stops the fall. As great as it's been for SGD, really fighting tooth and nail to just keep themselves alive in this game, down to just heal up. as the solo was able to pick up an extra kill there, so they go to 11. Best game of the night for SGD for sure. Now VIP on the move. Did not make it out. Inside is clean. The whole team is clean with these shots. Can't get the second one though onto Saar. Now the solo moving forward for VIP. As he also bled out. Seat swap from Saar. Well done. That was clean. But the G36C gets himself an okay position of the rock, but he can't really play off of it the way he would like. And it's all duck and move as the shots ring out. Tries to take this position now for the player that he killed. As the solo, and here comes Monty, crash landing. It's Kens that steals the kill. Ken's got it just as Monty made his way in. Saar goes down, but not to Bliss. Still just the 2 kills for them. SGD also eliminated in the blink of an eye, down to our final 4 teams, and Bliss are now searching for back-to-back chicken dinners.
In a spot to do it. Bliss were hungry for that kill. Not allowed it though. Ken steals it up to 3 for himself. Zen Esports with the high ground, but that can change on this next circle pop. Bliss are extending out as well. From this spot, they kind of have to play the road ridges. They have to play in and around the road. That's where those kind of high points, those defilades are that they're really going to be able to capitalize on. And to be honest with you,
did he DC?
Oh, yeah, DC, I suppose. DC for Akita. I mean, it's still doable for Bliss. Sucks to have that happen. But you've got a strong position to capitalize on. It's not an absolute disaster. They are on top. So a buffer to play with. But yeah, you don't want to see that happen too often.
Zen have got 4. And all it takes in this scenario now, you kind of look at a Waiki Kamuka. Rather than it being a 2-2 split, it's a 2-1. He's the solo. He gets knocked suddenly the entire round. And also, they're kind of getting already bombarded here from Trident. I imagine Zen Esports will also turn their attention to Bliss as they make their way down this hill. I know that they can certainly capitalize from this position, but having Akita would have been so much more handy. We'll see what happens though. 3 up for Trident, 4 up for Zen Esports. And they beat the first team outside of Oceania to find a chicken dinner. So far it's been the OCE show. Zen Esports certainly capable from the Philippines, representing as an alternative to Archangel Predator. Cal.
Oh.
Okay. Finds the kill on the calories.
Are we watching Wanted? What was that? Ball's just curved towards the player. Also, Team Bliss have no cars on the western side.
I can't believe it's been like, what, how many years now? 7, 8 years? Still spectator bugs.
Yeah. Many. I think they get introduced with every patch. But yeah, no cars for the Bliss players across the road. You can see them smoking. And I don't think there's one hiding behind that rock either. So Zen will have full reign over them. So will Trident, to be honest with you.
Oh, close. Dangerous position here on this little push, double push for Trident. When you've got Zen Esports on top. I mean, it's kind of an aggressive play where it's that risk versus reward factor. The issue I find for them now is they could very well kind of be the meat in the sandwich.
Yeah, if the position was if it had more hard cover around it, say if they were in a position where they didn't have to utilize smokes, it'd be a lot better. But you look up that hill, it's a a flat kind of incline up, right?
You can't push Zen, because if you push Zen, then suddenly Bliss get info on you. And you can't push Bliss, because then suddenly Zen get info on you. You can't really do much from here.
Yeah. Honestly, as well, that POV from Trident when they looked up that hill, it looked like Zen had a lot of opportunities to actually peek down onto them. So I like the aggressiveness from Trident. It's not like they had many other options. Oh no, Cherry's fallen off his bike. Bad to worse for Trident.
Doesn't have a lot of angle here, actually. It probably looked like because of the X-ray that he had a bit of a better chance there than he actually did. Frag grenade thrown over as Bliss getting aggressive. That just clinked and landed though on the other side of the vehicle. Rain throws out a very desperate smoke, but no, he falls to the nade of Waiki Kamuka. Not just him, but also Cherry. It's a double. Suddenly just one up for Trident. I mean, you said it best. There really weren't many other places to go, but unfortunately, it's a case of this was clearly just never going to be a successful path. There was nothing that they could really do once they got here. Double shots from E2. Insight will fall, and again, Bliss just don't have the numbers here to lose players. Now down to just 2. Dark and Weave for Monty. Dark and Weave.
No way.
Zigzagging your way to safety. 1 bullet. Now just a click in the chamber. Is he going to click? No, he reloads. Monty's made it. The death run is perfect. Insight will go down. Monty with a nade onto Cherry. I mean, at least get rid of Trident, and suddenly then second place is confirmed. Indeed, that will be the case. Lovely little last shot as well from the Observer. So second at least for Bliss, 2 versus 3. But you don't count these guys out. Zen Esports on the move. They know they have to get aggressive. They know they have to push into Bliss, but the MG3 gets reloaded. Monty prone. And if they line up, suddenly he could get 1 or 2 very quickly. If they're jumping around as well, he can give information away. Why Kikamu? Cow has been in this position so many times before. 1vx's is one thing, but a 2vx, certainly winnable here for Bliss, unless Zen play this perfectly.
To have Monty as the teammate in the situation as well. Couldn't ask for a better teammate. Zen are playing as they should, but you cannot help but wonder if sticking together as 3 is going to bite them in the back. If Monty or Cow peek up towards the top of that hill and spot all 3 of them, that is 100% information gathered. That's Team Bliss with a very clear plan forward. 1 has been spotted. E2D. It's only 1 though. Cow still lacks information on the other 2. So does Monty. Monty's been on the bottom of this hill this whole time. He's kind of been out of the loop. He's relying on Cow to get information until now. He's spotted 1. So they know where 2 are. 1 left to discover. And Team Bliss are pinchering Zen in. Yep, exactly. Pinchering them in. If they go down the hill, it's Monty with a 3x and an MG3. And if they all focus on him, it's Cow with the backstab.
Oh, Monty, that was so clean. Headshot into body shot, and there's a knock onto Ken's. And I think Zen Esports feel like they've got to go for that quick revive because it's such a distance away. Still, damage done. It'll also require healing, and Monty probably feeling like, okay, they're going for the res. We need to push, get position. He has a frag grenade as well. Is Ken's ready for this? I think that's on the point. And it is on the mark from Monty. Ken's the fall. Cal probably expecting someone to push here on the flank. He has been spotted. No, that's Monty. Nice sell at the rock. So Monty knows exactly where all 3 players are located. What is Bliss going to do with this information?
Discipline from Cow 2 not to push off that initial knock. He's bided his time. He stayed alive. Now it's a straight 2v2. This is when they choose to get aggressive. Nades out, utility in hand. Cow capitalizes. It's a 2 versus 1 that Monty opened up. And Cow followed up. Nicel, what can you do, my friend? You've thrown this away. You've lost it.
Nothing.
Cow's on top.
It's been on the back foot. Oh, knock! Turns it around.
Dead to blue, dead to blue.
Dead to blue anyway. Dead to rights. And of course it's Bliss. They go back to back. Despite the fact that they were in the low ground disadvantage behind really what felt like an immense amount of pressure crossing that road. You go back to the zigzag moment, Russell, of Monty with inside gets knocked. Monty just is back and forth, back and forth. He survives, makes the death run. They win the game, probably because of that. But I mean, seriously, no surprises there. The experience when it comes to that Bliss roster just shining through at the end in that win.
That zigzag from Monty is going to haunt, I forget the Zen player who was shooting at him, but it's going to haunt him tonight and potentially tomorrow night as well. That was something that should never, ever, ever have happened, and yet it didn't. It gave them a shot in that game. They don't need a Kita. The universe decided to handicap Bliss, and they still come out on top. I said they weren't looking indomitable last game because it was a bit too early, but maybe now they are starting to paint that narrative for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, incredible back-to-back wins for Team Bliss, and again, really why we highlighted them to begin the night as really the #1 team in this region, coming out of PCR, back-to-back wins, setting the tone early. For Zen Esports, I mean, 7 kills, great game, 2nd place, puts them in a great spot moving forward for the remainder of the night and of course for the weekend as a whole. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed with the way that kind of finalized though. You had the high ground advantage. You should have probably gotten that kill onto Monty. They even with Monty still surviving that, it's a 3-on-2 high ground advantage.
Yeah,
You've just got to be able to play with, I think, what feels like more confidence. They didn't look confident in a 3-on-2, and that speaks volumes.
They'll be very disappointed with that. That was a game that, I mean, not only do they have that, we'll call it a whiff because that's what it was. But yes, like you said, they had that 3-man advantage towards the end. They'll be very disappointed with that. And I hope that doesn't hinder their momentum because I think we saw fantastic things from them on a wrangle. I'd like to see that momentum continue. Hopefully a result like this doesn't stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, certainly so. So again, the Oceania Bonanza continues. 4 games in a row where the nose team has gotten the chicken dinner as they are dominating this lobby, mainly because Team Bliss is dominating this lobby. We go to break, we come back, we leave for Kendi, and we head to the shores of Miramar.
In Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yeah, another solid performance from Team Bliss. In a 2-on-3, they get the win to close out for Kendi 2 in a row as they head into Miramar with a very healthy lead top of this lobby. Hate to say it, Ross, it's early days. It's only night 1 of 3, but is this just going to be a case of who finishes second and third? I mean, that is a very valid question / point to bring up. Bliss have looked utterly dominant. That was the expectation coming into the event / tournament, and so far it's playing out that way.
I think Bliss have looked, I mean, obviously Bliss have looked incredibly dominant in OS, and you expect them to dominate a 16-team lobby full of OS teams. When it comes to combining into rest of SEA, though, I honestly expect them to not have such a dominant performance and not look like the team to beat as much as they do in OS. That's not the case right now, though. They look like the team to beat. They look like they are the most on-point team. You said when we did Super Cup that some teams were complete teams. That's what they look like right now. The addition of Cal seems to have done absolute wonders for them, and they certainly look incredibly fantastic. I don't want it to be a blowout from Team Bliss, but that is the expectations for these guys, and it kind of is the expectations that we have for them going into this tournament. So if it does end up happening, we won't be surprised, but certainly hoping for a much closer tournament and hoping for Bliss to not run away with it as they usually do.
Yeah, you say that. I mean, obviously, we want to see that close contest up above. We've seen historically, though, within this region, either SA/APAC, it typically ends up being that 2 to 3 horse race, but that usually encompasses that first place position. I envision that first place is going to be really difficult, though, to take. I mean, that's just my putting it blunt opinion on it for Bliss. 2 wins in a row, even then played well on Erangel. Their points total is already quite significant. And it's like, can anyone else match them? In general, let alone the gap that is already formed, but in general. So far it's a 26-point gap. Now that, you know, it doesn't sound like a lot, but through 4 games played, you've got a 26-point gap. Like, I mean, that is extraordinarily significant with still 2 games to go on the day. If you finish off tonight, say with a 40 to 50-point gap, with only 12 games to go over the next 2 nights, I mean, you're not probably going to give up that top spot. It's very unlikely. Who could be the teams, though, that are in the conversation of being able to catch up? Panic, at their best, I think capable. But so far, the last 2 games, 15th and 15th, Russell. I mean, not ideal. Archangel Predator, great team. They're not getting the kills, though. I mean, like, they've done a little bit better in the last 2 rounds, but the first 2 games of Erangel, just 2 kills between them in those 2 matches. So we head into Miramar. A lot of questions. You can see that leaderboard now for yourself. And this is where I said, and hopefully it is going to be the case, second to third, though, logjam. Look at that from Panic all the way down. There's not much separating those teams. We'll say down to Thrust in 8th, who, by the way, won the opening game, is only 8 points from second to 8. That I'm happy to see. That I'm expecting to probably remain the whole way through until the final day.
Yeah, now that I can see that visually, it's definitely something to look forward to. I mean, Thrust down in 8th, one game won, 19 points, and look at what they've got since then. So I'm starting to think that question of consistency we had after game 1 is slowly being answered. You mentioned AAP not being able to get the kills. To me, when I look at Panic, AAP, FTF, and then I look at Bliss on top, it feels like Bliss are peaking and no one else is. Or at least Bliss are playing to a much higher standard, and the teams below them haven't really reached that standard yet. That's fair enough, and you give teams a little bit of leeway because they have to discover the lobby. They have to kind of figure out how they want to play around the teams that are around them in their drop spots, and is this a center-heavy lobby? Is it an edge-heavy lobby? All that, you know, all that stuff that they have to figure out. It seems like Bliss have thrown all that to the wayside, though. They've come in with a game plan that they're executing perfectly, and it doesn't really matter what the lobby does. It seems like Team Bliss come out on top.
Wow, that is a very, very western circle to begin here for Miramar. So into map number 5, Mikey Kamukau and Bliss on the move. 26-point gap to Panic. And I think they're going to be very difficult to stop. Probably the best team to stop them would be themselves. The other thing as well, you kind of think about this as taking momentum into then the APAC quals for these top teams too, Russell, right? You want to play well the entire way for a team that's still kind of newly put together. Only so much official time in terms of the official tournament. This is their first one, right? Outside of the earlier qualifiers. And so this is real good practice outside of scrims. This is the best practice you're basically going to get as a team. And so it really is all about playing as well as you can for as long as you can in this tournament. Bring that then into the APAC quals. Over to Team Immunity, it's been a rough night for them. 14 points now has them in the bottom 5 along tied with Trident, close by to Extraordinaire. Odium in the bottom two. Actually, probably haven't spoken too much about them, Ross, but I think a team that has so much talent. Typically a team that also in recent times we've seen probably higher up the leaderboard, but second last at the moment.
Look, to me, the O scene has changed up, not significantly, but a decent amount in the tournaments towards the end of last year and the early LPL Pathfinder Gold in this year. And I think those slots that were under, so say you have Team Bliss or Fury, put any top OS team in that top spot in OS, and then you have those like next couple teams. In eras gone past, or honestly in months gone past in 2023, I would have put your Tridents, your immunities, your panics, and then maybe your thrusts and things like that up there. But now, those teams seem to be taking a step back a little bit, and it's made way for Antic X, who became second in LPL Pathfinder Gold. It's made way for Trident, who has been relatively consistent in OS recently. It's made way for Thrust to become more of a dominant team. They came third in LPL Pathfinder Gold. So teams like Odium, Immunity, they're kind of the main two that I look at. It seems like they've just fallen off a little bit. That's the phrase I'll use to describe it. It seems like they're not performing like they used to, and it's very hard to see them turning it around. Odium looks lost a lot of the time. Immunity is a team that I would argue has such fragging potential, and yet we rarely see that coming out from them. So those guys have kind of fallen behind a little bit. No longer are the known names in the O scene the ones that you look to consistently be up in that top 5. Instead, there's a couple other teams that have moved themselves up there.
AAP currently occupying that third spot. From the future, obviously not that far behind them, only the 1 point separating the two teams. One from Indonesia, one from the Philippines. Now the Philippines team is one in 6, so I mean good diversity when it comes to that top 6. 3 from rest of SEA, 3 from OS. Really solid to see. SGD as well, not far behind, and then of course Thrust rounding out that top 8 that we've currently got, and then it gets to that 6-point gap to Boomies. Pendatus Esports getting shot at the moment through the fields from the future, trying to see if they can get one early. Spin out though, Tire got popped, hence why Carbs has spun, trying to just rectify this, and momentarily very slow. Does give Orcarin a couple of shots. Shots though has run out. Quite literally, no bullets.
I mean, the pain doesn't stop for Pendados, though. That's a couple kills quickly from Samoy. You thought they'd gotten away with it, but FTF put themselves in front of Pendados. Heads-up play from them, showing time and time again that the fundamentals are there. The fundamentals are absolutely there, and that's why they're in that third spot right now. Only a matter of time, I feel like, Jake, before they start fighting for that top spot, especially if Blizzard to fall off a little bit. But FTF, if they'd hit their peak, certainly a dangerous team, and they're showing it right now. Pendado's feeling the full brunt of it. Is he going to survive the molly? Oh, no, well, he did, but then he died to Samoy.
Actually, can't get the heel off, goes eventually down to the Molotov, and that is Pendatus Esports gone in 6.5 minutes to open up Miramar. That is not what they would have wanted to see. Not that far away from that logjam up above in the top 8. They would have wanted to use Miramar as a springboard to get themselves into said top 8. Instead, they fall out early, and they are not a threat. From the future, though, happy to take the opening 3 kills of the game, just like that. One went the way of Boomies as well. And now gets them well and truly up into third place, overtaking Archangel Predator. Of course, a very Western circle, but one of which that from the future already are deep in the center of, so they are in a very well-placed position. Getting shot at the moment, I think that's Trident. Yeah, it is. You can see Rain landed the tag just north of that position that FTF find themselves in currently. Immunity, got to do better on Miramar. No ifs, ands, or buts. And truthfully, at the end of these next 2 games, at the end of the next game, Russell, we're a third of the way through the tournament, you cannot find yourself, 30, 40 points behind. Got to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Blessed D with a knock, with a good shot onto Textile, almost gets the knock as they take these little ridge fights.
Ooh, decent shots from
lovely
Rams.
Shots from Rams. Those are clean.
Yeah. Blessed D thought he was hard cover by the car. Rams has always been this kind of mechanical mystery to me. He seems incredibly sharp when it comes to the DMRs. He's had some really good AR moments as well in the past. Oftentimes showing up for immunity when they need it. Certainly some highlights play and a clutch play and another knock. Another knock for Rems. Immunity making me eat my words. Thrust as well.
Oh no.
The praise we gave them game one has certainly dissipated.
Yeah. Well, it's also egg on our face. We probably went a little early. It was only game one, but we liked what we saw. We probably wanted to see this team, a roster that's been together for such a long time, finally get some reward for effort. Unfortunately, though, it's gone a little bit haywire. Down to the solo. And not for long.
Oh my god.
Flick's gone. Immunity with a very good squad wipe. That is exactly what they needed to probably just get the blood pumping. Finally get a bit of reward on a night where it's been difficult to come by for Team Immunity. 4 kills early on, gets the scoreboard ticking over, and already puts them in a good position here for Miramar. Map number 5. This is what they needed.
That's the immunity that I know. That's the relentlessly aggressive immunity that I know. Not a team to entirely throw fundamentals to the wayside, but will happily do so if it results in kills for them. That is not a ideal spot for that Panic player. Light work down, a free kill for Rain, and the rest of Panic have reached this compound. Simoy, lots of work to do. Backup is close. You can see on the minimap they're coming in, but Simoy has to live. He just has to survive. Nade's coming in, times the blue zone grenade to jump out the window, gets one, but traded immediately, and the rest of FTF commit to this.
Reinforcements arriving immediately, though. Trick, right side, can he get the kill? No. Suspect stays alive. Half health, Pibby's low too.
Ooh.
Up close, double from Pibby again. 2 HP. The man is just switched on tonight. We saw it back on Vikendi, and again, here to kickstart Miramar, and Happy's nowhere to be seen. It's a big win for Panic against FTF. 2nd versus 3rd. And FTF come off 2nd best.
Got that dad buff. Unreal stuff.
I wish I had that buff.
Oh, well, sometimes it's a nerf, I'll be honest with you.
As we center into Monte Nuevo for circle number 2. Probably not many, if any, teams should be that upset with that circle, considering the Western exterior unplayables would eventually have always been shifted off of. And so no teams really put out by this circle to shift. Would imagine a couple of teams may send it into Monty, as Ken's will send it into a cactus.
You could see that one coming. Probably could have just pressed A, but nevertheless. Again, I want to see more good stuff from Zen. They seemed pretty dominant on Erangel. I loved how they were playing Llama when it came time to show up. They've got a center of the circle to send themselves into. E2D, though, finds himself spun out in the middle of the road, and Panic continue to be on fire. E2D down and out, stolen though by Chell. Yeah, Boomies, they've been here for quite some time, up on those unplayables. Their presence certainly known now. And Zen, no other option but to send it into Monty.
Yeah, I mean, it's always probably not a great feeling when you're the team kind of going defensive and sending it into a city that it's only phase 2, 11 minutes into the game. Sometimes you've got no real choice. You can still make a game of it. Suspect. Bit of help from Dusky. Almost getting the knock here on a 6 shot. So he is 1 bullet away. Eventually falling off that motorbike. He has been able to survive. Was getting shot at as well by Speed, and eventually it is Mirage up close for Trident. That 6 shots eventually will feed the kill to. Trident will reap the rewards from everyone else doing like 90% of the damage.
Yeah.
And then he just gets that final little tag. Vin makes his way in towards Monty Nuevo with Fritzl. For Refined Clan, it's been a rough night. But he had the one real good moment tonight, which was that win at Castle against Panic Esports. Outside of that, it's been rough.
That's team number 2 sending it through the fields into Monty as well. Zen was the first, now it's Refined Clan, and I can see Odium potentially with that in their future as well. Trident might have to leave that compound, send it into Monty. Panic as well might have to take that exact same rotate through the fields into Monty, but that side is thoroughly occupied right now. But I suppose it's the obvious choice for a lot of teams with no other option. Haven't seen too many emergency parachutes tonight, or at least we haven't been spectating them. On a zone like this, I would have thought they would have come out a little bit earlier. There's some unplayables that you can certainly utilize if you were to pop them early. Plonk yourselves on top of the unplayables and get a ton of info, but haven't really seen that yet.
I think we saw more on Erangel I think it's been Tag over Candy. We probably didn't see them much. And typically, though, Miramar is actually a map where I find that they're very useful.
Yeah, tons of unplayables. Put yourself on top of them.
Standing still. Speedy, though, can't actually land all of the tags necessary to find a knock. Just the one tag, bit of damage. As you think back, Akita actually DCing back on Vikendi. Not ideal, but yeah, Bliss was still able to go on and get that win. God, it would be such a tilting feeling.
Yeah.
It's completely out of your control, but you do feel like you obviously could have had an impact. 10 seconds until phase 3. 4 kills so far for Boomies, up into the top 9 position. Only 2 points away from overtaking Thrust. As we get this circle pop for C3 and see where we go. Monty Nuevo.
There it is.
Okay, so it's a Monty circle. Probably expecting more teams now to send it into the city.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that have yet to find a spot in zone, but not many spots for them to find. The south side is a lot more clear than the north side in terms of playable space. There's a couple compounds you can put yourself in, but there's also a couple teams that might move in from the edge and claim those central positions. For everyone else to the west, your Odiums, your VIPs, your Panics, even your Blisses who are kind of stuck on the south, they've got a decent crusade ahead of them to make their way in. And the teams like Zen, the teams like Refined, who really earlier on had no other option but to send it into Monte, are inadvertently kind of... They end up better off, I suppose. I mean, Zen was sending it through with no other option, and here they are in the center of the zone. Sometimes the PUBG Esports gods it just pans out that way, and you hope to see them actually capitalize on that. Here's VIP making the exact same rotate. This time, though, they're going to turn off to the right and head towards that double white instead of sending it into Monty. Arguably a smarter choice, especially if they were able to gather info that the western side of Monty was taken on their rotate in, but I don't think they did. I think they just noticed that this was free. You can park your cars up, hopefully keep those tires safe because you know you're going to need them later down the line.
Approaching the 15-minute mark here of map 5. Important moments here for a lot of teams. FTF down to 1. Panic, of course, only got the 3 now. It's a Monty kind of circle, so it's going to be a bit scrappy. VIP on the edge of that top 3. 5 points out. Can they find a decent game here? It's been solid, but with these early solid games comes now expectations. With expectations now comes pressure. These games are so vital. Every single one matter. There's only 18 in total, and we're already into the 5th one. Very quickly, you can count down the games left. Nicel, couple of shots. Tazzy trying to shoot him in the back. VIP, well, one of the rare teams that are still holding out towards the western side, out close by the fields, mainly because they've got this building to play out of. Try to their north. You can see Mirage in the minimap close by to them. Boom is still holding the hill outside of Monte Nuevo. Happy as well as the solo for FTF. Similar position. And Odium, through Invis, found an open warehouse. Good little pit stop to play.
Yeah, good from them to not kind of make the same rotate that everyone else has been making. Instead, they find a separate path to get into the zone. So good use of the information that they had, climbing themselves over the unplayables and landing themselves up at those shacks to begin with, and then scouting down into those warehouses. Pretty clinical play so far from Odium, and they've been rewarded for it. Antic X still on the north as well. This next zone pop is one of the most crucial zone pops in the game. Do we center up on Monty or do we shake it up a little bit? We go south. We go south. Bliss has most of the control. AAP is incredibly surprised. SGD has probably got to change up their plans a little bit. And everyone on the north and everyone inside Monty is shocked. What did they do now? Where do Odium go? This, if any time, is where we're going to see emergency parachutes.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're north, if you're Antic X, Odium, if you've got them, probably now's the time to use them. Panic as well. If you're Monty Nuevo team, you probably can look to push out, but a lot of teams are going to be doing that. Becomes that bloodbath. A lot of phase 4 circle shift. I mean, Brickyard completely open. You can go for wraps, left side, right side of these zones. Don't have to go straight in direct to the north. So if you're an Antic X, Odium, PNC, don't have parachute, you can go for a hard wrap. I mean, you can even play blue right now. It does a bit of damage, but if you're stimmed up, you can get through and then go for a long wrap down to the south. Obviously, you'd be anticipating little to no teams in terms of that vicinity. It's all about understanding where you can go, but then you go for these wraps. You risk, of course, losing out players on rotation. Pivy's been excellent tonight. Not much you can do, though, on a rotational death like that. And now Sar as well, waiting forward for Softbet and Dusky. They've already had a 0-point game tonight. Now it's a 1-point game tonight for Panic.
Consistency is usually a word I would associate with Panic, but not tonight. Not tonight at all. Rotates have been the bane of their existence. Shot out of cars, not able to keep 4 alive on those pivotal rotational moments. Odium, on the other hand, information gathered, this side of Monty is 100% clear for them to move into, and they'll do just that. They're in zone as well, and obviously with a fantastic chance at fighting their way through Monte Nuevo, in and around the buildings and windows. Trident lose Cherry on a rotate as well. It's the narrative for most teams right now. VIP as well, a lot closer to zone than I thought they'd end up. They can definitely fight towards those unplayables. Boomies have been here though for so long. They've been a factor in this game for so long. Stealing kills here or there. Chalia up to 3, I believe it was. The hard fragger for that team. And Bliss, if you're on Bliss, if you're anyone but Akita, I feel like you're a little bit bored. No one's going to send it down that road straight to you, but Akita, on the other hand, playing up here on these unplayables is probably loving life.
Yeah, and Akita doesn't need to peek these, doesn't really need to be overly aggressive here, which probably then helps out VIP.
Oh, if he goes down, it's disaster.
Yeah, I mean, he is kind of getting shot, I think, from Archangel Predator.
Yeah,
long distance, and those are not easy shots to land, but he's got to be careful. A lot of these teams as well around Monte Nuevo need to be careful. Odium have pushed in. Item is still there as well. Rem's lost his life to Sands. Not ideal for Immunity, who kind of looked like they were starting to have a real solid game here. 6 kills. Suddenly lose Rems, who's been really sharp for them. That's a big loss. What is Phase 5 going to do for us? Just centers up. Are we about to get 3 in a row from Team Bliss on night 1 of PCR?
Yeah.
Company
I
man
believe
goes boom.
This is a result of broken circles, Jake. As far as I'm aware, the algorithm hasn't been fixed. It has been broken. We saw it in Pathfinder Gold, and I think you'll be seeing it in every other tournament. I'm pretty sure it's still broken, because that Phase 4 shifted right on top of Jungle Gym, which I don't think usually would have happened. So unless they did fix it, and this is a rare case, this crazy circle that we're witnessing is a result of broken circles. But I am all here for it, because I love craziness, I love chaos, and I think a shake-up like this in PUBG Esports could actually be pretty decent. But that's a discussion for another time. Now, these guys really have to show how good of improvisers they truly are on circles that wouldn't traditionally play out in PUBG Esports. SGD across the road. Antic X, that's their target right now. AAP on the south isn't really going to do much to SGD at the moment, even though I think AAP are in a better spot. SGD right now just trying to claim as many kills as they can onto all the chaos that's happening inside of Monty.
Yeah, and to be fair though, improvisation is a very important skill for PUBG.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
All you like. Sands
how good are they at it?
On to Sweet Soul. I mean, if I'm not wrong, there's a smoke right in his face, is there not? I mean, that is a very, very tough shot. Definitely a smoke on the other end of it, but may have just been pluming, and spectator bugs can very much be prevalent. We saw that earlier with Waiki Kamukau. 21 minutes elapsed. Zen Esports trying to now make their way out of Monte Nuevo. Good shots, though, from one tap. Just to kind of force Ken's back a little bit. 2K Calories now also trying to maybe retake that position. B2 knocked by Tchaikovsky. Being rough for Immunity. As soon as they got into Monte Nuevo, it's been kind of all downhill after a really solid start to the game. In fairness, though, they'll take the 6 kills. They'll take the points that they desperately needed to keep themselves in and around the conversation. Heading into the next game of Miramar can certainly be filled with confidence, but probably the end of this game not quite going the way that they would have anticipated. Textile with a good knock on a Fritzl. Still just trying to dig and scrap, and that's really what this game is always going to be about. Sweetsoul goes down, so still 2 up though for Immunity. He's been down for a while. Little peek over from Tassie. And the VIP, of course, have got themselves kind of up onto this unplayable. They thrown out by one tap. I don't know if that's going to bounce towards Fluke. Actually, that got a big bounce. Not enough to get the flush onto Fluky. One more frag, and it will be the final one. And eventually, though, Kens will steal the kill, and Fluky does go down to Zen Esports, not to VIP.
This is fantastic so far from VIP. Well maneuvered. You could certainly see them getting caught out as they had to leave that double white. Maybe teams were going to watch towards them and make sure they couldn't leave that compound, but no one was in position to do so. And so VIP have been allowed to get up on top of these unplayables. Circle has gifted them a little bit as well, so they've been allowed to play it, but they have to be very careful. I don't think it's going to crumble for them. They're in a spot where they can get these revives very safely, even if Zen was to get another one. And I don't think Chelia is going to be able to push up with Zen in the background either. So VIP a little less stressed than maybe they would otherwise be. But certainly in a position now where they need to make a fantastic move into that next circle. Hasn't really fed them at all. They're going to have to jump off these unplayables, put themselves down towards Bliss. And their game from that point on might be incredibly difficult. AAP, SGD, this was boiling for a little bit. And on this shift, it's come to fruition. SGD open it up. Sorry, it's AAP that opened it up. SGD cannot get anything done on this offense.
Yeah, and Eldred Bots really well played.
Oh my!
An incredible moment there from Eldred Bots as they tried to double push up and get the trade. He understood that he needed to kind of fall back, play the flash, and then peek the stairwell. Incredibly well played from Eldred Bots on an individual level. SGD wiped out. And Archangel Predator keep themselves as the only team alive on the eastern side of the circle. Compounds in. Eventually may have to cross that road, but it's a problem to worry about later on. For now, they can get themselves deep into the end game. Monty with a knock on to one tap. The follow-up shots are pinging very quickly as well from Monty. Flushes his own good work. Peek over from Sa, clean for VIP. They find themselves a double as well. Chalier will fall, and with that, Boomy are gone. Same with Refined Clan, down to 7 teams remaining. And guess what? VIP are up into second, Russell.
Unbelievable. Off the back of 2 players deciding to push down towards Bliss and the other 2 deciding to go towards the Pumi's player, take that fight towards Zen. 2 mines for VIP and they still come out on top. Sa and Fury Oz, maybe there's a spot in front of them that they can play, they can prone up and just live, survive, get a few extra placement points, but they've done excellently so far. And as you said, up into second, which in a lobby like this is incredibly surprising. Antic X, very cheeky, very silent, and that silence is going to pay off. 2k calories down. Nicel has got to push himself straight towards VIP now. One of them has been knocked, though. Akita off in the distance, on top of something, has knocked VIP. And Nicel, he honestly just needs these flushes. Just get him done. Use the nades that you have to clear out the positions. This one might actually be good. That one's landed right on top of Sa and done 75 damage to the other VIP player. Nicel doing work right now. No kills to his name, though. One of those might be claimed to blue, but he'll certainly want the other one.
Yuri. Slowly pushing up. Always a difficult fight to win from that position. Did win it out. Did get that kill onto Nicel. Got them into 6th as well. Big points claimed from VIP. Not just at the end there, but basically the entire game. Up into 2nd. Great spot to be in with 1 game remaining tonight. Antic X not done though. Over to the tanks. Molotov thrown up into the air. Where's that going to land? Onto Happy? Don't think so. Happy's fine for now. It's been a real solid solo effort for Happy. Been a solo for quite some time for FTF, but eventually his time does come to an end. Courtesy of Killaroo. Sharp indeed. Into the final 4 teams remaining. Archangel Predator still out to the east on the other side of the road, and Team Bliss very much with a very promising chance of going for 3 wins in a row.
Solid game so far from Antic X, up on top of that jungle gym. Killaroo getting done what needed to get done, all by himself too. If he'd been knocked, maybe it would have gone sideways for Antic X, but not the case. And if that circle even centers up, I'm almost certain that Antic X still have an edge to play with, some high ground to play with, and that might be potentially the only downfall of Bliss. We're not there yet, but high ground obviously something that Bliss doesn't possess. Everyone else low ground. Antic X the only ones up high in a very unique position here. Death crates as well. All the utility that they want, that would have been incredible if it landed. AAP, they've got to make their way across. Their only option is to send it underneath these unplayable rocks, but Extraordinaire is here. They've got a little crevice to play with. They can survive for a little bit, but eventually Extraordinaire is going to have to push them.
Alec pushing up the hill, doing so cleanly for now. Dance needs the hill up, so does Killaroo. Killer's being pulled.
Bliss pushing.
And it's inside who gets caught. Alec had got himself into a good position. Insight wanted to get close for the nades to try and maybe get in front of Icons Predator. Starting to fall apart here. AAP with some really good play. Alec throws out desperate frag grenade. They haven't got a lot of visual information, but nevertheless doing quite well. Algebot eventually goes down to the nade of Monty. Guess what? It's a tag team duo. Once again, Monty and Waiki Kamukau still alive. CJ to fall to How as well from up top above. Extraordinaire. Alec throws out a desperate smoke to just try and obscure the vision at his location. Antic X abusing that high ground advantage, but How down below, pushed out, got a double, wiped out AAP, a reprieve momentarily as well for Team Bliss that they can get this revive, go back to 3 players alive. And Kai stuck in the building, still bleeding out. Don't think anyone's gone back for him. It should now be 3 versus 3 versus 3.
That could have been so much worse for Team Bliss. They were so hungry for those AAP kills. 2 knocked on Team Bliss. Antic X probably had full line of sight on both of those knocks. That could have been disastrous for Bliss, but they do recover. Partially thanks to Extraordinaire's and How's efforts to deal with AAP. If AAP was still alive, they'd still be creating pressure. Team Bliss might still be tempted. Extraordinaire wouldn't, I mean, they'd be pushing up, creating more pressure. Antic X would be peeking over all the information that Antic X can gain. I mean, they've got the high ground. They have all of the information. So Team Bliss could have certainly thrown that away, or at least lost another member there. But they didn't. They remained disciplined, or at least tempered, told to rein it in just a little bit. That's probably the most realistic scenario. And somehow Kai's been rezzed. They've let Murayama cross to get that res when they have full information on it. I don't think that's going to come back to bite Antic X, but I mean, it's certainly a min-max that they've missed out on.
Yeah, crazy that they went for that, but credit to them. I mean, every kind of person is going to be so valuable as a number in this kind of late game scenario, but hey, there's the risk. Is the reward worth it? Maybe not. Murayama goes down. Dance will finish it off. Can they get Kai as well? No. Makes his way safely to the bottom of this hill. Obviously, right now, Antic X pretty much all focused over towards maybe an Extraordinaire. Tchaikovsky got knocked, by the way.
Yeah.
He is down at the moment, and that's actually over towards the tank. Bliss are going to push on this. Off of the back of that knock, they never got the numbers. They need to get better position. How as well. Also knocked down. Only Debrot remaining for Extraordinaire. Bliss have moved. They've taken space. They've actually played this really well.
If Antic X want to win this, Debrot needs 1. A knock onto Akita gives Antic X a chance. I feel like Team Bliss are pressuring Antic X way too much, though. They pushed up towards them. Team Bliss now on equal standing as Antic X. And Monty's got it. Killaroo knocked and flushed. Tchaikovsky and Sands had the high ground. Now look at Team Bliss. They're up here taking the game into their own hands. Of course, it's back to back to back for Team Bliss. 9 kills, even when they didn't look like they could win it.
I mean, to be fair, I thought they looked like they could win it probably bloody 15 minutes ago with the position that they had. As soon as that phase 4 circle shifted the way that it did, they benefited the most from it and played around it. But you can clearly see at the end, despite that circle shift, the high ground advantage that Antic X had, the fact that Maven Extraordinaire were also still in that location, Bliss had to time their push perfectly, and they did. And then they capitalized, and they did it swiftly, pushing uphill like that kind of terrain. I mean, it speaks volumes to this team. And I said coming into this game, Russell, I felt like the battle for first was already over. I mean, that just further compounds it. I mean, they basically almost doubled the points of second already. And we're a third of the way through the tournament with 1 game remaining tonight, of course, after this. But it's really difficult to say who could actually, statistically, now bypass Bliss. It's going to take something extraordinary.
Yeah, they've hit their peak and they've created a massive points buffer because of it. And so even if a team like FTF was to hit their peak, they've still got that buffer to contend with. And then obviously Bliss's floor is still pretty high, so that consistency is going to make it even harder for FTF to make it up there into that first place. Yeah, these guys look indomitable right now. It's that knock on Tchaikovsky, man. That knock just secures it for Team Bliss. He was the only one watching towards them. The other 2 members of Antic X were focused on Extraordinaire, and then off the back of that Tchaikovsky knock, it allows Team Bliss to push up. It's incredibly simple play from Team Bliss, but like you said, they timed all of their pushes to perfection. And yeah, they show us again that they are the team to beat in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying. I mean, I could sit here and just kind of fluff a little bit and be like, oh, no, there's a chance first place, you know, yada, yada, stay watching. No, at the end of the day, I don't care about that. It's going to be very, very difficult to see any other team right now contesting for first. Fortunately, the other 2 spots below it actually matter just as much anyway for second and third, and that is very much a log jam. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, more to dissect, and then, of course, the very last game of the night.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erengel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Well, it is the Team Bliss show. It really is. I don't care what you want to say. We are talking about them because they've won 3 bloody games in a row. And a large reason for that as well, Russell, really has been Waiki Kabukau and Monty. Monty has a 12.5 KDA through the first 5 matches because the guy has only died twice tonight. That's right. We've played 5 games of PUBG. He's died twice. That's it. I mean, and he's had the most kills, second most assists. He has the most damage. Monty's putting on an absolute clinic.
You expect that from him, and to think that, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago, something like that, he was coming back to play for fun out of retirement. And I don't know what happened. I guess he saw what he was truly capable of and decided to continue pursuing it. All I know is that it's netted him nothing but success so far. And he continues to be probably, honestly, the top player in OS, the #1 player in OS. You could probably put a couple other names up there to contend with him. But
it's funny you say that, Russell. It's funny you say that. I mean, when we're talking about, you know, the old EXO clan and where they kind of finished up at the end of PUBG Asia Super Cup, you know, obviously Insight, Akita, and Monty have all stuck together, moving over to Bliss. They've added in Cal. The man that made way was High Command. And, you know, we were kind of chatting a little bit off air, and it's like, could you have kept High Command on this roster? Who do you replace? Is it Akita? Is it Monty? And you were kind of leaning a little bit maybe towards Monty. Maybe, I guess not right this second, probably more so pre-tournament, for example. But I think really highlighting what Monty can do in terms of his ceiling.
Monty's ceiling is insane. No disrespect to Monty or anyone on that team. I think, again, as we were saying, you could have kept Hiker in over someone like Akita. But look, we look at this team now and the roles make sense. As you said, we were discussing it, and they look like a team that makes sense. You have those kind of 2 vocal players in Insight and Cow, and then, like you said, the go-kill players in Akita and Monty. And I don't think, if you're going to make an OCE super team, Monty has to be on that team. Absolutely no question about it. The guy has been insane for the longest time. And even if statistically he's not there, he just dominates the eye test. You know, he's the donk of PUBG right now. You know?
It's been the Bliss show, but very quickly as we head into the final game of Miramar 4 tonight, I need to give a big shout out to VIP. They jumped 4 places at the conclusion of map 5, and a particular player as well, Sa, 11 kills. He is second at the moment, only behind Monty, 4 kills. But this is where the highlight finishes, because he's also like really low in damage dealt. I don't even know how he's gotten 11 kills, but he's gotten 11 kills from 1200 damage. Like, you're second for kills and you've only had 1200 damage. I don't even know, I can scroll for quite, he's like below middle of the pack for damage, but he has the second most kills. I don't know how he's done it, but well done, sir. Kills matter, damage doesn't.
Yeah, it's just an incredible amount of, I'll just take that kill. Oh, there's another one next to me. I'll just take that. Yep, it's just picking pennies off the ground, essentially, for Sa. But to have it that consistently is kind of an interesting stat, for sure. But it'll happen sometimes.
Yep, they've been very good tonight, though, VIP. And, of course, they've been able to leapfrog plus 4 places at the end of that last game, up into second place now, as you can see on the leaderboard, 38 points. That logjam is still very prevalent for VIP, you know, basically all the way down to Thrust. It's only 13 points, and Thrust continue to fall. Thrust have, unfortunately, not been able to build off that opening game where they looked so good. If I'm correct, I think they had 19 points off of map 1. So since then, it's only been 6 points over the rest of the night. A little bit disappointing, yes, to be completely honest.
That's 2 0-point games as well, because they had 25 points after game 3. So they have truly fallen off after game 1, which is, devastating to see. And I wonder what the problem is for them. I'm hoping they can figure it out going into the very short break between today and tomorrow, because it's obviously a macro issue. It's something with the way that they're playing kind of together as a team. That's their pitfall, because we know that they can frag. That's not a question, and that's one of the reasons I think we're looking to these guys to perform better than they are, is because as a core, just as individual players on paper, we know they can perform. And with 9 OS teams in the lobby as well, even up against the SEA teams in the lobby, there's no excuse for them not to be able to do it. There's no reason that Thrust can't pull off some fantastic games here and get a couple wins in the bag that aren't fed to them when they're in a compound.
Yeah, the other team as well that I think has done quite well over Miramar to begin, Antic X Russell, went up 5 places. So from 11th into the top 6, 31 points in total now, after they had themselves a far better performance to open up Miramar. And it is a very, very southern circle here for map number 6, final game of the night. But yeah, Antic-X probably needed to have that kind of performance. And obviously when you're kind of around that 10th and 11th and 12th position on the leaderboard, you get up into 6, you have that really good game. Suddenly, you're now also only single digits away from a qualifying position of the top 3. That hope comes back alive. It's a very stacked lineup. Sans, Punye, Killaroo, Jakovsky. I mean, they should be a team that gets more attention, that is very much in the conversation. And that last game now puts them into said conversation.
Yeah, and as I said, they've been performing incredibly well over the exclusively Oceanic tournament as well. They've been up there consistently in that top 3, always fighting for wins and looking like a threat. And when we bring OC teams and the rest of APAC together, that's all I really look for, is that teams are a threat. They're a present, you know, their presence is known in the lobby, and that is basically what Antic-X has been doing in OC. They've looked very, very, very good, and then coming into this lobby, it's not like they're out of it just yet. It's not like their run is over, certainly not. I think they're just getting started, which is fantastic to see.
So we over to Odium. Well, lesser good news here. Bottom, dead last. I think with some really good players, but clearly it just hasn't worked out for them tonight. And then you cop a circle like this, it must be infuriating. I know it's not the be end all, but when you're all the way up at Campo Militar and it's a heavy southern circle, you obviously know you're in for a long rotate. Then you've got to worry about, you know, where are you making your way in? Then teams camping certain positions. Then what if you lose one on the rotate? So you probably want to come in late. Then you're coming in late. You're in not the best spot. Already on the night where it's been a bit of a struggle, it's not really probably what they needed.
And even if you're thinking about the emergency parachute too as like an easy into the circle, it's still, you're losing resources, you don't have any information. It could easily go sideways for Odium. So yeah, it's, regardless of the fact that you have that emergency parachute, it's still a bit of a kick in the teeth for them to be this far away from it. I don't mind the strategy of just moving into the circle on edge though. This is one of those zones you can play on edge. You can easily maneuver around Los Leones if you wanted to, or Chumacera if you wanted to. There's a couple big cities for you to exploit the terrain that's around them for Odium if they didn't want to opt for that emergency parachute. So yeah, like you said, it is not the be all end all, but it is a bit of a kick in the teeth. VIP coming in on that eastern side, One Tap leading the way up on top of the Los Leones unplayables. A buttload of information to be gathered from up here. As soon as he gets to that edge, he's going to discover that there's a couple solos spread out in the compound in the center right now. Team Bliss is approaching the edge of Los Leones as well. And I can see Zen as well, a team. Again, what I saw from them on Erangel made me excited about these guys, even though I might not be entirely familiar with them. But Sint Erangel, one of those teams that have certainly tapered off a little bit. But they're in a spot right now where they can do some damage.
Certainly. Get your Predator. Actually, really impressed by them tonight as well. But pressure slowly coming their way at the hands of SGD. Algenbot's not sure which way to look, left or right behind this rock. Left side was good. Follow up even better to get the knock on to Jervis. Not spotted at the top of the hill as well. So clean from Algenbots with the M249. SGD just completely caught unaware by the man at the rock. Frag grenade from Healer at least does do a little bit of damage. But then you got shots coming off into the distance as well. Alec close by. Nan watching from a distance adds the anchor.
Oh, this is just disaster for SGD. Snox had to get that killer. It was over for them. Shot in the back as well. AP will happily capitalize on those initial 2 knocks. Very, very clean second spray. Very clean from Algenbots. You'd love to see it. Not if you're SGD though. We are 5 minutes into the game, almost 6, and SGD is already in survival mode. Do they opt to play incredibly aggressive as to maximize their points, or do they just sit in a compound and play for those placement points? Yet to see. Team Bliss Insight capitalized on 1, so he's already on 1 kill. That is Refined Clan down in 15th. Not their night either. And Panic with the emergency parachute on a circle like this, I think it's entirely justified.
Yeah, and they've dropped to 5th as well, because 2 games they've had a 1-pointer and a 0-pointer. I think their highs have been really high. Obviously, their lows have been a little bit low. Jeff goes down a Hatchie. Trident, actually irrelevant tonight, unfortunately. Obviously, a lobby that's been doing actually quite well for the most part. There's not really many opportunities. If you have a bad night, then you're going to see some really bad results. Even you kind of look at Zen Esports, for example, and actually think they've been quite relevant tonight. 30 points in the conversation. Probably didn't really have my eye on them coming into this tournament, Russell. There's always going to be one or two of those kind of teams. I think they've really been the one for me. You kind of look at the rest of that sort of top 5, top 6, you're not really surprised. Then you look at Zen, you think, okay, they've actually had a really good opening night. Probably not as expected compared to the others.
I don't know what's going on next to, yeah, here we go, next to Power Grid. Thrust is just chilling here. Pindados has come rotating through. Remember last game on Miramar, Pindados got ripped apart on a rotate by FTF. Thankfully, they're not close enough to Thrust to let that happen again. That would have been terrible. Pindados have got out of their cars though. They've planted themselves in a spot to fight Thrust, but Thrust are not interested. Much more interested in getting towards the zone, which is totally fair. And they're going to do it as quickly as they can. Because by the time Thrust hit that zone, it'll be very close to zone 2 popping, and then the next decision needs to be made. So for Thrust right now, they got caught up a little bit with Pindados, but they need to get into that zone, get into a high spot, scout out, get as much information as possible, set yourself up for that phase 2 pop, and hope that you're in a spot to actually do something with it. Immunity coming in on the eastern side, spreading themselves out as well. Up into this compound, down low as well, claiming whatever compound they can. It's not necessarily something you'd want long-term, at least not right now. I don't think it's going to get fed. It certainly could, but that's not how Immunity are going to be playing it. They obviously want to look towards the center as well. It all comes down to info, Jake. PUBG is a game of info.
Yeah, it certainly is, and sometimes having the lack of it is really your demise. Minute and 15 seconds left. Phase 2 coming our way for the final game of the night. Extraordinaire. Haven't been awful. 20 points. You have a good finish here. You can get yourself right in a good position for tomorrow night. How, formerly Ad King, last standing member of this team, this roster. It's been, in terms of the organization, around since the PCS days. Coming out of Los Leones now, Kaya Murayama. AAP with a lot of real estate just to the east of Chumusera. Like that, if it does shift back in their direction, a lot of the server, though, anticipating, I think, this to continue to go to south. Honestly, at this point, the circle tonight has kind of done some crazy things, as it usually does, even more so in that previous game of Miramar, including unplayables for quite a while. We'll see what this circle has in store for us. I don't think it's south enough in terms of Circle 1 to head down to Partona. We will see.
Circles are broken.
They can do some crazy things, Russell. They certainly can. Antic X coming in on the blue on the eastern side. Up north, Thrust, Odium, Trident, along with Pedalis Esports as well. Near Picardo. And wow, that is some really good guesswork from 90% of the server.
Yeah. Very fair circle. Immunity, their efforts on the eastern side paid off. Team Bliss still sitting pretty. VIP as well, down on that south. They can control that for a considerable amount of time. There's still a couple teams, though, on the west and on the north, as we're seeing now, Thrust and Odium that need to make their way in. Thrust getting past Odium, completely leapfrogging them. No point stopping, no point taking your fight. Advantage or not, you're just going to waste time. But unluckily for Blessed, he's found himself in the crossfire. Odium will get it, which is important for them again, down in 15th. They move up, actually, off the back of that. And Thrust will have to now play this game out as 3, and they've been separated as well on this rotate. What kind of... I mean, how is that going to change their plans going forward? They've also got a teammate who's way, way, way far behind them on this rotate. So Odium have fully destroyed whatever plan Thrust had.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing for Thrust tonight after that opening game. Thought they played some really good PUBG, and they have just not been able to capitalize on that, continue on. And now, I don't want to say all hope is lost. They'll have to bounce back pretty quickly tomorrow night. Obviously, there's still 3 up in this game. Can still make something of it, but... I mean, you kind of mentioned the fact that Sigs gets left behind, Maxorus and Flick by themselves now, and that's a nice kill from Speedy and Jelia. All right, the Boomers are up and about. Another nice kill there, gets them up into 9th.
I don't even know. I think Company Man's the only Boomer.
Yeah, I mean, he's enough boomer for the rest of them, though.
He brings the average up. Yeah.
Turns 38 this year, so well done. Good to see. Having fun. Carbs and Pindados probably not having fun, stuck in the bottom 4, and this is a very difficult rotate off of that emergency parachute pickup. Mirage watching, spots Jo close left. It's Cherry, though, that does get that knock and kill onto Jo. Carbs on the roof, on the long building. He falls to his demise. And probably this little rotate from PE, summarizing their night, Russell. 18 points, been okay, but it's been a largely ineffectual night. Crazy 9 can't win his battle. Down to just Hatchie. Smoke obscuring his vision at the stairwell. No real information to play off. Nothing he can really do. And that really puts the nail in the coffin for Pindados Esports.
In years gone by, Pindados, you would have pegged them to be up there in that top 3. Certainly in a few competitions we've seen them in before, they've put on a show for us. But last year, towards the tail end of it, didn't look that good. Coming into 2024, at least on night 1, not looking that good either. Sa entering the building, trying to clear it out. Yeah, with a little bit of team damage there. Bit too eager. But that room is clear. The threats are on the other side of this mansion. Invis holding the line. Repugnance finally does get flushed, and Furioz certainly going to go down to that nade. I don't think he can escape that one. Not at all. Invis gets it. Solid on the defense on Vikendi. Another opportunity to prove us right here again. Head exposed down the hallway, out of the room. That's a nice double kill, potentially one tap. Double heady onto the disher, all onto Invis once more.
Say goodbye to Hatchie. Pindados done for the night. First team eliminated in the final game. Invis probably not too far behind at this rate for Odium. Doing enough though to maybe just offset VIP. Down 2 at the moment. That nade, though, not quite where it needs to go. Fury, nothing he can do on the balcony. Loses his life to Invis. Then just jumps away. Vault back in, lower floor of the building. Here come Antic X as well to further couple up at the resort. VIP have had such a strong night tonight. 2 kills. Probably don't have to go, full power. Just get a couple, keep the scoreboard ticking over. Nice kill from Makita. Mikey Kamukau has been knocked by Kai. And they do like to go for a split. So he's by himself at the moment. That is always the downside when you kind of go for these 2-1-1 splits. Cal, though, inside of a building, so very much Bliss can go for the revive. Invis just running around, sensing the pressure inside of Result. Holds the doorway, left side, didn't quite get checked. Knock onto Saab, but Tazzy was swift in response. Gets the kill onto Invis and then go for the revive. Even though this is a bit scrappy, not ideal for VIP. They lost Fury. You've still got 4 kills. You're just still getting that scoreboard ticking over, and a great way to close the night for them.
Yeah, really good so far from VIP. Antic X looking to put a stop to it, though. The presence, I believe, is known as well. I think at this point, yeah, impossible not to know that Antic X is here. Smokes have been thrown. VIP stuck inside rooms that you would think are nadeable, right? Punye, no damage util to his name, surely calling over his teammates who do possess the damage utility. Molotovs, grenades, blue zone grenades, anything. Pins being pulled. Nades being thrown in. Or smokes. It was a nade. No damage, though, onto VIP. Surely he's only a matter of time. Here we go. That one is not going to land inside. It bounces off the butt of one of his teammates. There was something pulled, though. Even a flash here is good enough for Antic X to get this done. That goes inside the room, and that's a great double nade. Waiting for it, and finally it does happen. Flushed out as well. Only a matter of time before surely one tap goes down, and he does. Antic X, it took them a little bit to get the utility in order, but once they figured it out, it was theirs all. I mean, it was all theirs. There was no way they weren't going to get that off the back of that double nade.
Yeah, and took them a little bit to get going tonight as well, Russ. You kind of look at their performances. Okay, not a bad start. First game, Aaron Gull, 3rd place, plus 5 kills, as we see a couple of shots from Jakolski continuing on. But then after that, it was like 7th, 14th, and 14th. So really struggled on Tago and Vikendi. So middle portion of the night, they just couldn't get anything going on those tertiary maps. But Erangel Miramar has been really where they've looked real stable. 34 points, 3 kills, everyone's up. Jakolski looking for more. Now Killaroo starts to branch out a little bit. This could be their game to really solidify themselves a position inside of the top 3. A third of the way through. Cal got brought back up, by the way, as Monty gets the kill or get the knock on to B2. just north of Resort is where Team Immunity currently located. 3 kills for Bliss, and looking to make it 4 in a row.
That'd be insane. What a statement to make. A statement to make in this lobby, but then they've got an entirely another qualifier to play, where making a statement is a lot harder. But step by step for Bliss, and so far they haven't put a foot wrong. Next target, Immunity, sitting inside those dips. Team Bliss with the high ground. But back down to Resort, where Extraordinaire have showed up. Punye's been knocked by a fantastic nade from Deprot. And it's go time for the rest of Extraordinaire, wrapping around the right side, trying to get these off angles, or just these side angles really on Anti-Gex. They're all in the courtyard as well. All those knocks are free for the taking for Extraordinaire. One of them has been rezzed. It's Killaroo up along with his teammate, but they're in a really rough spot. Sands is trying to jump over the wall, escape from Extraordinaire, but if he tries to escape, he's probably going to run into Thrust. He's not even going to be allowed to escape. Another beautiful nade, 96 damage or so. Back to Monty though. We're losing a battle on this ridge here a little bit. Rems actually comes out on top.
Yeah, Rems, I mean, you said it before in the other game at Miramar, a mechanical player with good skill wins out against a player like Monty, who's been so incredible tonight. You saw the numbers that we highlighted earlier. Cal, wow, just that one little tap. Okay. I mean, that's just clean from Cal. Rems will eventually go down. To be fair, he can only fight so many players at once. Monty was flushed. Got his one, though. 5 kills still, nevertheless, for Bliss. Only phase 4, 3 players up. This might be the first time they faltered tonight since the opening couple of games. CJ flushed out by Company Man. And the old man gets a nice kill, which gets Boomers up into the top 8. And Punye will fall to Kai. A bloodbath here for the final game of the night. 18.5 minutes in, and we're down to 37 players alive in the lobby.
Yeah. Not unheard of, but one of those occasions you never really want to see. Everyone putting it on the line. An exciting mid-game nonetheless, but you're almost certain to end up with one of those late games that takes its time to finish. Panic on the southern side continue to emphasize the good games that they've had, but also put into the forefront of your mind the bad ones that they've had. These guys looked like potentially they were going to be up there fighting for first the entire tournament. And then out of nowhere come Bliss, and Panic have completely fallen off. Nice shots from a distance from Speedy onto Fritzl. Boomies honestly put on a decent show tonight. Looks like now, though, they're going to get ripped apart. Company Man already down. Chelia suffering to the utility being thrown at him. Speedy heals up in the background, but he's stuck in the blue. Nothing he can do to help his 2 teammates that are stuck in this bowl, stuck in smokes, at the mercy of AAP.
Going for the revive anyway. Pibby finds a kill on Danan. First one of the game for Panic Esports. Really be able to get that heal off, but in the blue, so it'll just tick back down. And doing quite a lot as well per tick. Blue, though, now stops in his tracks. 30 seconds till it starts to move once again. 4 up for Panic, and a good spread as well on the southwestern side of the circle. Kind of like the position that they've got. Pivy and Lightwork trying to deny AAP from getting more map control as well. Ken spraying into the smoke, not too bad. Fritzl actually goes down. Nice sell. Jolia also knocked by Elgin Bots. Nade thrown out by Kens. Now looking over towards the tractor in the distance, looking for more members of Refined Clan. The kills present Esports, been a solid night for them, and looking to finish off as well with even more. There's a 4th. Everyone gets one, sharing the love for Zen Esports into the top 6. With Antic Esports having gone out, they do overtake them, and Da Vinci does eventually go down nice. There's a 5th kill for Zen Esports, and they creep up into 5th. They're actually not that far behind the top 3. Speedy gone. With that, we're into the final 8. Everyone gets a couple of placement points now.
Zen's certainly not out of it either. If you look at the minimap, it looks like Zen's in one of the worst spots possible with an open field in front of them, but don't be deceived. They've got playable space. Stuff to work with. How? Is he dead to that nade? I think it was a flash, so we got away from it. Team Bliss, they've lost Monty. They lost Monty to Immunity, and now they're taking fights with Extraordinaire down here in Resort. No other option for them. They deemed that the space, the terrain that they could have fought with just north of Thrust there on the minimap, that wasn't worth it. Resort's much better, and I agree. The winning play certainly is to get into Resort. Then you can look out the windows on the side towards everyone else in the lobby.
Oh, Deprot's got a great
this
angle.
Is cheeky.
Wait, is he going to take the shot? He took it so late. He allowed Insight to actually get into the building through the top of the stairs. Insight's going for a re-pick on 5 HP. How risky is this from Insight? Akita then got the kill onto Deprot. It's all happening at Resort. Kai through the front door. Nikita watching inside of the good angle onto How.
way.
Got the heal off as well. How are Bliss winning these battles?
Just little moments being given up. That's a fantastic nade, though. If you want to bring it back, that's one way to do it. No chance to res Cal now. A 1v1 through the door, and it's won by Kai. Team Bliss, no back-to-back for them. Extraordinaire win the resort fight, and I think there's no one else other than FTF for them to deal with now. Bliss fall, and Kai remains on top. What a series of fights from him.
Yeah, but you could double AAP's points right now, and they still wouldn't be in first, and they're in second. So really, there's the gap that they've got established. Still, even that means that, what, 6 kills, a placement point, another, you know, kind of 7-point performance for Team Bliss. They don't get the win, but just still getting that scoreboard up. Almost a 100-point night. Circle shifting up onto Thrusto. Well, they started the night with a win. Can they end the night with a win?
Yeah, both Fed compounds too.
Certainly a good position. Only got the 3 players. Yeah, Fed compound, but I mean, who cares? They've dropped all the way to 11th. I'll take anything at this point.
No disrespect. You get an opportunity like this. I mean, I've said it time and time again. If you're a team that gets fed in a compound, you have to be good enough to win it. Very rarely do you see feeds where it's just an easy game. You're only taking DMR shots. No one ever comes up close to you, and you're just gifted the game fully, 100%. This is not one of those games, and neither was game 1. There is something to be praised, even if you are to get fed. Lesser teams would throw it away. Thrust didn't game 1. Let's see if they can do it again in game 6. They've got a couple teams close to them, but teams that aren't going to push them. I think this is probably Thrust in a decent spot. I mean, they're so close to being able to third-party everything that happens around them as well. The only worry is if they extend out to the south, potentially even north as well. Are they going to expose themselves too much to the likes of FTF, to the likes of Zen? Can they really leave out and go super wide, or do they kind of have to contain their third-partying to, you know, within 20 or 30 meters outside their compound?
As we near on the 24-minute mark, final game of the night. A lot at stake here when you take into account the amount of teams still alive that are inside of that top 8. All vying to get themselves in a position close to that top 3. What an angle Cherry found, but E2D found an even better one. Of course, 2 more nights of action to follow after this, and look at how tight that leaderboard is. It's going to probably remain that way the whole way through. Every game is going to matter so much. The ending of this will matter so much. When you think about the ramifications of what these points could do by the end of Sunday, you know, if you're a Trident and a Thrust, for example, Ross, 11 to 12, you know, this is where you can get yourself still into a position that you can fight tomorrow, rather than feeling down and out and sorry for yourself like an Odium or a Refined Clan who, well, arguably are probably already bitten off more than they can chew, just single-digit points tonight.
I don't want to say they're out of it, but
they're out of it.
Yeah, they're out of it. I haven't seen enough from those teams to convince me that history is going to just flip itself on its head and Odium's going to come out here and claim a couple nice 20-point games or anything like that. Same with RFC. But the narrative is a bit different for the teams above them. Certainly in with it. Very cheeky spot from Kens. Puts himself in a spot to be stepped on by anyone. It was to run over that way. Potentially the likes of Thrust, AAP as well, if they were to enter the territory of Zen. They've kind of got the best case scenario here where the zone is going to completely clear their back for them. They won't really have to worry about it. Maybe clear a couple bushes here or there and then they're good. They can focus inwards. It's not a luxury that's been afforded to every other team. FTF, I suppose, is the other one that's got that luxury afforded to them. Yeah. The Blues going to clear their back, and then they can look inwards as well. Maybe even look towards Thrust to take that fight. Kens, I believe he was stepped on, but Alec was ready for it.
Alec's been great tonight. Top frag for AAP. Kens, though, well, that kill goes the way of Rain, despite the fact that Alec got the initial knock. He doesn't really benefit from it. Rain then gets knocked by light work, and away we go to kick things off here for phase 7 as the Blues going to start moving shortly. AAP, Alec can only sit pretty for so long in that position behind the tractor. Smokes are out and he will have to start navigating forward, but you can clearly see how difficult it will be. Basically has to expend every single smoke that he has available to even give himself a chance, that even that chance is so minor. Basically playing as a solo too. I know Elgin Bots is there further south of the field, but he can't really help. Although maybe he can. The knock on to light work and then the flush. Okay, Elgin Bots gets at least something from a very difficult position, but you're right. It doesn't really help Alec. It's on a different team. It's not over towards Zen Esports, it's over towards Panic. We lose one. Alec eventually does get knocked. Couldn't make his way forward. Got close to the road, but no further than that. Nicel knocked though by the molly of Alec. But Calories is right there inside of the brick building to get the revive. Elginbot spotted and finished off, and Zen Esports will capitalize. Tied up with Rain as well. Panic finally being able to win this battle against Trident for the most part because of Dusky with a double onto Cherry and Rain. Mirage is the solo. One frag grenade, hoping to bounce this off. Doesn't really get what he was looking for though. And now over the warehouse, this is where I'd like to maybe see Zen, see if they can capitalize in third party, but well, they can't even really third party because the fight's over. Panic making quick work of Trident.
One of those zones where if you are Zen, if you are Thrust and you want to extend out of your compound and third party, you better be fully aware of where everyone else is. Because you can see FTF, they've got control of the east side of Thrust compound. Thrust can't extend out east and third party, whatever they want. They're locked in. Similar question for Zen as well. Although maybe Zen have LOSs to push towards that western side, maybe take that light towards Panic if they really wanted to. Questions yet to be answered, but what a nice push into that warehouse from Panic. You'd think on paper that Trident might win that, but not the case. Max Zorus opens it up for Thrust. This is going to be their first kill of the game if they're to get it. But there's a player on the roof. Trick is in such a solid spot, but equal damage dealt both ways. Max Zorus, fantastic defensive pressure here. And it's necessary too. If he didn't get that damage and Trick was still on full HP, Trick is still 100% peaking and potentially getting that knock.
Green started the night so well for FTF as a team. They've been very much right up there. You can see on that leaderboard, so many teams between 40 to 43 points. Pivy and Suspect, nice little double. Trade back from 2k Calories on 8 health points. But as soon as that swing comes around from Suspect, finishes off the good work for Panic. It's been an up and down kind of night for them. They either win or they lose. There's not much in between. But right now they're in a winning position into second place.
Out of zone though. FTF, these guys have been more limited than I thought they were, to be honest with you. Auckland's back up against the blue. Struggling to find a way in that isn't watched by Thrust, potentially even be seen by Panic off in the distance as well. They've made their way into the zone now. FTF, they can only play low side. They can only play low side, and there's a massive valley in between them and the next safe spot. Thankfully, they've got a car to work with, but we've seen what happens on rotates tonight. Countless times have the observers caught people getting shot out of cars, and they're not even going to take majority of the members. Only one person crosses with the car. It's his job now to deal damage to Thrust, create presence, make sure that his teammates can get across in that smoke wall.
Thrust just sort of navigating these rooms. They have not pushed out at all. No kills. But placement points that they've rightfully earned, and there's a kill on the dot. As soon as I mention it, and now into the top 3 as well. Hibby gets caught pretty heftily by Sigs. Can't do much, but just try and contest back. FTF playing the low ground, but what a nade from Orcarin. That is a wonderful frag grenade on to Flick. Now, mind you, no team outside of Oceania has won a game tonight. From the future, looking to be the first team to do so. Panic and Thrust can continue that trend all the way to the final game. And Sigs, well, he got one, traded really much at the same time. As soon as he got the knock onto Orcarin. And this is now awkward for From the Future. Peek up headshot from Trick is so clean. No quick trade either. Suspect stuttering along, but eventually does get the knock. And suddenly, for From the Future, there's only one left standing. I believe it's Samoy. But what can he really do? The pressure feels just ever paramount. Gets the revive, and that's Orcarin back up.
Good start. This double wipe, by the way, that's where the star is. In the dead center of it. And Thrust has control of it. Flick out here on the fence. You like to see it. Don't just give it up. Sit inside the building and let everyone run around you. Create some presence, deal some damage, claim some kills. Weaken the teams around you that are going to fight you for this win. Flick's trying to get an off angle too. The backup in Max Zorus at the top. These windows aren't easy to peek out. And I don't think he's going to be able to get any kills off the back of these windows because they're too steep. but certainly creating presence, using utility to back up his teammate in Flick, who's currently playing on that wall. For Thrust right now, it's just hoping that FTF and Panic collide and deal so much damage to each other that Thrust can capitalize. But it's going to result in them leaving the star, exiting the safety of this double white, and claiming the game for themselves.
I mean, whatever happens from here, at least Panic and From the Future have both got themselves into a top 3 position going into tomorrow night. So it's always good. You're in that position. You're not only in the conversation, but leading it. Thrust, they want to re-enter it after starting tonight with a win. They've been very much missing since. It could be in a position to end on a win as well. They've only got the 2 players. They cannot afford to have any players get knocked down. Orkran lost his life to Maxorus, and at this point, reses are going to be so difficult to come by. The sort of shotgun to push from Pibby through the doorway, and then up the stairwell, and now Dusky as well as the solo left standing. This is an absolute calamity. 3 solo players left up. The first aid kit was 1 tick short, and it's a 1 versus 1. Flick taking on Samoy, who he just can't get it off his time, can he? 3 HP. He's just trying to stay alive. He's not going to be able to do it. He's going to lose. He's going to die.
Can't do it.
Thrust win. What a weird way to end the game.
3
what
kills.
An absolute calamity. It's a 3-kill win for Thrust. I don't even know what else to say. I haven't seen much of a finish like that for a while, Russell. It feels like we didn't have any winner.
Yeah, really, it does feel that way. I thought, to be honest with you, that the Panic and FTF, that fight would be a lot cleaner and we'd end up with a clear winner that could then take the fight towards Thrust, and it would result in Thrust having to leave that double white and having to take fights through those windows or run out the front door, run around the side of the building and take the fight towards FTF or Panic. That's not what happened though. The Panic and FTF kind of tore themselves apart, and then Thrust, the only thing they had to do was sit inside the building. So they get the second win of the night. It's another compound feed, but you can't say they didn't deserve it. It was just a little bit funny towards the end.
Well, I mean, yeah, their first one tonight back on Erangel, I thought was, a far more classical game of PUBG from Thrust. Thought they played that well, pushed out, made the most of the compound that they had. This was literally a case of just get in and sit and hope for the best. They only had the 3 players, so you couldn't really expect them to do that much more. But just the calamity of a finish. It's interesting because I think actually Pivy makes the right play. I actually think if he doesn't go in there, I think Thrust win that anyway, right? Yeah. So he thinks like the best way that Panic could maybe win that game is to split. 1 holds the fence line, 1 goes in. It just so happens he got traded almost immediately that even someone was watching. Because honestly, at that point, I wouldn't have really been too upset with Thrust for not actually watching that stairwell. There wasn't much of an entry point. I think you almost had to go through the blue. But you knew exactly where the other 2 teams were in front of you at that fence line as well. So you're probably not anticipating them to actually leave that location, wrap all the way to the backside of that building and make their way in. So honestly, I thought it was a really, really good play from Pibby. It just doesn't work. Thrust also then were ready for it. So really good game sense and also reaction. And actually at that point as well for FTF, what more could you really do? You're out in that fence. You're not in a good position. It's really hard to win that fight against Thrust at top of the building, top floor looking down. Samoy's on 3 HP. And we also saw, who was it? Was it Dusky? I think also trying to get that final first aid kit was like 1 tick away from getting it. If he gets that off, he probably then has the fence line, but then he's in the same position as Samoy where it just becomes that heal battle and he's not in a great spot. So, I mean, at the end of the day, what a way to finish off the first night. And we'll go straight to the leaderboard with that. And despite the finish from Thrust, it's been all about Team Bliss tonight. They won 3 games in a row. Going into that last game, they were looking for a 4th, 86 points. I'm not too sure if obviously the kills are right on this leaderboard, but the points certainly are. I'm pretty certain these points are correct. The kills aren't, but nevertheless, Russell, the fact is 47, 46, 43, 42, 40. It does go well and truly to the narrative that battle for 2nd and 3rd is just wide open. First, probably 1 foot in the door for Team Blitz.
Yeah, and so first, again, we'll reiterate it, but first is the grand finals of the APAC qual. And Bliss seemingly locking that in already. But yeah, we will continue to look at that 2 and 3 fight because that's also crucial. That's the playoffs. 4th doesn't get you playoffs. It's 2 and 3 that get you the playoffs for the APAC qualifier, which is just another qualifier for the grand final. But I mean, yeah, what a fantastic night of PUBG. I did thoroughly enjoy this one. We had that APAC flair. We had that OCE. what do I want to call it? The OCE shenanigans or something. I'm looking for a kind word here, but we saw some good things. We saw some bad things from teams as well, but nevertheless, it was entertaining.
Yeah, really, really fun night tonight. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. Of course, still 2 more nights of action. We will return tomorrow night to continue things. So far, 6 games have been played out of the 18. Very much Bliss off to a flying start. Everyone else obviously vying for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Things can change though. You never know going by the end of tomorrow. So make sure you do not miss out. Same time tomorrow, same place as well. Hopefully we'll see you there.
He'll do it all himself. Flushes come out as well. And turn around. Are you serious?
Blue 12 clean with it. Should be an easy sweep. Coming in though from inside to save the day. That's an easy one with the Flowey. Oh, this is good. This is great. Second last is better than last. And Suspect will look to good use. The P90 sharp though from Nan. And he's actually the only one left, and he gets the double. But he grows up, eventually spotted. Iger though, wow, what a firing shot from the water, my friend. That was strong.